Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 11th, 2023 special board meeting for our department budget presentations. We're going to begin this meeting with a flag salute led by Vice Chair Suzanne Jones.
Good morning, everyone. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize for not being here yesterday, and I want to thank the Vice Chair, Suzanne Jones, for doing what I understand is a very excellent job. So thank you, Suzanne. There is no public comment today. We will take up public comment at the end of the meeting on any item that is on the agenda. So the departments will give their presentation. Please hold any comments until after the meeting so we can move this along. So we'll take public comment at the end of the meeting regarding anything that was on our agenda. And with that, we will begin with IT. Is IT here?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Well, okay.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, members
morning.
of the board, Chair Thiessen, Placer County Chief Information Officer. I have Melissa Spack with me today. She'll be presenting some of the financial slides. She's our fiscal manager within the IT department. She's been with IT for 19 years and in the AFOM role for more than 8 years, so very experienced. I want to start out, just by thanking the members, the men and women of the Information Technology Department. We've got a very, very strong team, even though one of the challenges I'm going to talk about is hiring and retention. The folks we do have are absolutely wonderful. I've been doing IT for more than 25 years now, and I'll tell you, our systems, network, servers, applications, phones, everything are top-notch. They're the most stable systems that I've experienced in my 25 plus years in IT, and you can directly contribute that to the people that we have in our information technology department. And with that, I'll go into the slides. We've got 2 cost centers. One is information technology, which is everything you would think of, and then we have a separate cost center that we manage for public safety radio as well. The accomplishments and kind of a couple of big boulders here that I want to talk about today are network and security infrastructure upgrade. This is a multi-year project that my team has been working on. Our goal here is to really improve the scalability and flexibility of our network, enhance security, and increase network redundancy and resiliency. So this is a huge multi-million-dollar project. We're basically revamping the entire network. We're moving to the newest technology, so we're basically building the network of the future. Our network is super stable, as I just mentioned, over the past 10 years. Very stable network, but now we're looking to the future. As more and more cloud applications come in and we need more connectivity to external sources, this is an important project for us. We did complete a design of the new network. We've purchased and installed a whole new core that's running in parallel with our existing core. And we've got one department that's testing on that new core right now. So we're right on track on that project. We've replaced both our internal and external firewalls. And we're working on replacing all the ancillary firewalls at this time as well. We've rolled out a whole new VPN solution to the entire county. Everyone probably knows what I'm talking about. You've all received the new VPN solution. It's more stable. It's more secure as well. So that project's right on track. The second one is something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, and that's disaster recovery and business continuity planning. And in light of like the last few years, the state of the nation, the state of the world, this is of the utmost importance to me. I'd say, when I first started, I didn't have a really great comfort level in our ability to recover from a large-scale disaster. And so we spent a lot of time and effort in this area, and we've completed a couple of disaster recovery plans over weekends where we actually cut the network ties to this environment, and we tested our disaster recovery scenarios, and we have been successful in that. So I can tell you right now that I feel the most comfort that I have ever had since coming to the county. We still have work to do in that area, and we want to kind of refine our processes so it's a lot easier to recover from a disaster, but we also want to look at our cost and bring down the cost of that solution as well. The third one here is broadband expansion, which I've talked to each and every one of you about individually. We're going to be coming to the board next week with 7 projects that we hope to move forward on. But to date, the county has contributed about $1.6 million to broadband expansion in Penryn and North Auburn. We've connected, or we will be connecting 2,100 homes in those communities with fiber. We've established a qualified provider list where we have about 11 providers that can provide services throughout the county. So now we can work with them directly on the communities that are in need. And we have submitted 2 what are called LATA, Local Agency Technical Assistance Grants, to the CPUC for a total of $500,000 to help with some communication to citizens on one project and to look at the Tahoe area on the other grant. Public safety radio. So many years ago, we migrated the sheriff's office over to a digital radio network for the western part of Placer County up through the I-80 corridor. We still are running the old legacy analog system up in the Tahoe area, and my team's been working really hard on bringing up the digital network in the Tahoe area. So we've got 3 upper level sites. So Martis, North Star, and Cabin Creek are the 3 sites that are up and running. They're being tested by transit right now. My team is building Genoa Peak, which is across the lake and shoots the radio signal back. Because of all the terrain in the Tahoe area, it's very challenging to make sure we've got adequate coverage before we migrate the sheriff over onto that network. And so we're going to be doing some testing of those 4 sites in the Tahoe region over the summer, and then we'll identify if any additional sites are required or if we can start planning the migration process for sheriff. So a lot of work still to be done in that area. And then this one, I just had to include this. So we did in October of 2021, we launched the Ready Placer site. And the purpose of that is to provide citizens with life-saving information during a disaster. We did that in partnership with OES. This was OES's idea. Phil Salter from our GIS program worked directly with OES to build this site. But I do want to give OES the credit for the foresight to having something like this available. The goal is to really offset people having to call in to the county. They just have the information. We post the information as it becomes available, and the citizens can go there and access that information as needed. So during the mosquito fire, we had 3 million unique site visits to that Ready Placer site. That is far and above, any amount of visits that we've ever had that I've seen to any site. So it just, I just want to give kudos to Phil Salter and to OES for having the foresight of putting that together. And I'm sure it's going to come in very handy in the future as well, and we'll keep it up to date as we go along as well. So great accomplishment there. As you've heard from other departments, one of our biggest challenges is hiring and retention. I do want to piggyback on what probation did yesterday and say hiring, retention, and succession planning. So I do have 2 key management positions that we are starting to plan for a transition on in the coming years. So we want to get succession plans going now, get those in place. But overall, I'd say you know, the HR is doing a wonderful job of working with us, looking for creative solutions to reach out to the community for recruitments, to try to get more applicants. Heidi Kernitsky and Valeria Baczynski, sorry, are doing an absolutely fantastic job, and they're great people to work with on the retention. But when we do a recruitment, you know, we're getting maybe 5 qualified applicants right now, and so we're just looking at ways, you know, we can expand. We met with Sierra College, talked to them about, you know, possibly having a partnership there where, you know, we're meeting with some of their top students just to get to know, you know, we get to know them, they get to know us, and maybe that'll pique some interest and get some more qualified candidates. So, but it is really challenging right now. Supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressure. I was trying to think last night of any department that purchases as much equipment as IT, and I couldn't think of any. There might be some, but you know, with all the equipment that we purchase, supply chain disruptions are really affecting us. Laptops, servers, network equipment, AV equipment in the buildings. You know, we're building HHS in Atherton, and getting all that equipment has been really challenging. There's very long lead times, sometimes up to a year, to get some of that equipment. And some vendors, when we place the order, they won't even give us an ETA because, you know, they just don't know. They are coming down a little bit, but we still are dealing with that supply chain and inflationary pressure, you know, as a result. You know, our prices are definitely skyrocketing. We're skyrocketing. We're definitely feeling inflation in our renewals of maintenance and support, new equipment. So it's definitely having a direct impact on us today. And I do want to talk about cybersecurity. You see ransomware and cybersecurity in the news. Some of our neighboring jurisdictions have been hit with ransomware, so I want to kind of talk about the challenges. The amount of and sophistication of cybersecurity attacks is increasing year over year. They just find so many clever ways to try to get get into the systems and encrypt your data and then hold you at ransom. They're also posting data. That's kind of the new threat, is they exfiltrate the data, post it online, and threaten you that way. And so potential financial losses are significant in that type of an attack, so we need to be ready. We have a great team that I do want to talk about as well, and we have many controls and measures in place to counteract those things. And so the first one I want to talk about is CrowdStrike, our endpoint AV. We switched over to a new antivirus solution on all of our workstations many years ago, and since we did that, the amount of malware that has made it through to the endpoints has gone down pretty much to zero. And it's been a great tool, but they were purchased by a new company, and that new company is not keeping them up with the rest of the market, so we are looking to move forward to a new endpoint AV in the coming year. Our vulnerability management system, so our security team, which is led by Deborah Curtis, our Chief Information Security Officer. They do vulnerability scans on all of the computer assets throughout the county and network, and then we find what the risks are and we remediate those. Security awareness training is extremely important. Probably the number one attack vector is, the number one attack vector is people. So we spend a lot of time and effort on training our staff. And when I get to the performance measures, I'll talk about kind of the click rate on our phishing attempts where we test county staff. Let's see if there's anything else. Pen testing, we do annual pen testing of our network where we hire a third-party vendor and they try to simulate an attack on our network, and we learn a lot about our vulnerabilities, our strengths, and our weaknesses, and then based on that, we make changes within our system, and we try to use a different vendor every year so we get a different perspective as we go. And then our security incident response team, we've got a multidisciplinary response team that gets together once a year, and they do a tabletop exercise, but in the event of any kind of a large-scale cybersecurity attack, that CSIRT team would get together to represent the county, make recommendations, and that team would bring recommendations to the board on how we would move forward in the event of that type of an attack. I do want to show you the NCSR, so the National Cybersecurity Review. We're required to do a survey each year to receive FEMA grants. So this shows the graph on the left is showing you kind of our year-over-year improvement. So every year when we fill that out in the 5 disciplinary areas, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, we see where our deficiencies are in each of those areas. And then Deborah and I would sit down and say, okay, this year, which one of these do we want to address and how are we going to address that? So it's taken us 5 years to get to the point, but the minimum recommended maturity level is a score of 5 in each one of those areas. And you can see this year, we just got the results a couple months ago for 2022, and we have met the minimum maturity level. And I believe, I haven't heard of any other California county that has achieved a score of 5 in all those disciplines. So I'm very proud of the work Deborah and her team has done. And you can see on the right how we stack up against our peer counties across the nation there. So, you know, we're doing a really great job of securing the county's data assets. Our objectives and performance measures. The first one, achieve a #1 ranking among U.S. counties of our size. I'm pleased to report that we did that. We were recognized by the Center for Digital Government as the #1 ranked county for technology practices, collaboration, innovation, and emerging technologies. And I'm hoping for another top 5 finish this year. Bringing as many forums online as possible is our second one, which supports innovation. Most of ours are supporting innovation. I talked about the building the network for the future, so that's the third one. The fourth one is broadband, bringing broadband to the public, which, as I mentioned earlier, we will be returning in a week from now to bring 7 more projects forward. Investing in analytic tools is number 5, so to support making more informed, data-driven business decisions for departments, and to partner with county departments to ensure information security ownership is done at the department level, not just within IT. And these are the performance measures that support those goals. So again, you know, achieving the #1 rank, we did that. Percentage of county services, we set kind of low targets here. This is kind of a new thing for us to measure as a county, and we really need that collaboration with the departments to know what services they have online, what services they don't have online, and work with them to bring those services online that aren't currently online. Network availability is the third one. Grants for broadband, so you know, we set kind of low targets, but these are cumulative, so we're hoping after we get the 7, I'm hoping we get the 7 projects approved, and then, you know, we would be around 20,000 homes at that point, accumulate over that period of time. Public dashboards and reports countywide. This is bringing data analytics to the departments. And the next one's also data analytics. And then we have security threats mitigated. We have to have 100% there so that we don't have any issues. And then percentage of fish failures countywide. So our goal there is to be under 6.5%. Since November of 2021, we've hovered right around that 6.5. Before that, it was much higher. So we're doing a pretty good job there. And then public sector, their goal is around 4%, and or public sector is around 4%. Private sector is around 4%. Public sector's around 8%. So we kind of settled in the middle there on our goal of 6.5%. And I'll hand it over to Melissa.
Good morning. I get
Morning.
to talk numbers, the best part. All right. So this slide represents the 2023-24 operating budget. We've got a total of $31,770,000. 53% of that is identified as salary and benefits. 42% is identified to be the services and supplies. The capital request, $218,000, represents about 1%, and then the difference is the 887 and GASB leases at 4% of that total. So this slide, we've got showing a couple years of actuals and the adopted budget and the 2023 working budget. 2021 and 21-22 actuals, I'm going to say, are, to me, look inflated at this point because this was the year, the COVID year. This was the year that we were drawing the CARES Relief Act. So those numbers are, the budget adjustments were being put into the expenditures and revenues as well. And over those 2 years, we received about $5 million for the CARES initiative. 22-23, the current year adopted budget, you see the expenditure and the revenue with the deficit there. That was a conscious decision not to raise rates. We submitted the budget, and after that, the CEO's office worked and increased the expenditure budget for the internal service rates and A87. At that point, we said, we're good. We've got sufficient reserves to cover the deficit going into this year. So 23-24 working budget is probably the closest year I'd say we're on target with a revenue plan to match our expenditures. So this slide represents the major variances, and I know you heard yesterday a lot about the salary benefits. This year, 2023-24 budget, excuse me, includes the negotiated salary increases, the COLAs, and the management benefits and such. And we had a fairly slight increase in software and hardware maintenance expenses. This slide represents the funded allocations over the last couple of years. The 23-24 working budget shows an increase of 3 positions, and we did get 3 positions analyzed and approved. One was an IT analyst to support the GIS program. One was an IT analyst to support the media services. And one was an IT analyst to support the dedicated application support services, which supports our HHS department IT.
And the last side, we have one supplemental request, and we are requesting an information technology specialist to support the Tahoe area. So we do have one person in Tahoe right now, but he is working on the radio project. He's a radio analyst. And his time is very much consumed working on public safety radio in the Tahoe area. So as a result, we end up sending staff up to Tahoe multiple times per week. Which obviously, you know, there's a fuel expense there and wear and tear on vehicles, and then there's a delay on getting the support up to Tahoe. So we would request that we have somebody that's there based in Tahoe. We've got about 50% of an FTE required for supporting the Tahoe area. So with remote access the way it is today, the person for the other 50% of the time would support the rest of the county as a tier 2 person. So they'd be like tier 1 for the Tahoe area, hands on deck, field staff, you know, going out to people's offices to support them. And the rest of the time that they're not doing that, they would be supporting the rest of the county working on tier 2 issues. So it's definitely something that's needed, I believe. And that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. That just brings home the importance of your department does so much. And we don't think about it unless the computer doesn't start
Right.
or the phone's not working. And so anyhow, it's really important for us to know how much your department does for us and for the citizens of Placer County. I forgot to add our county executive officer, when I opened the meeting, I think she had some comments.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give a great shout out to Jarrett and your team. It's perhaps fitting that last night, President Biden declared an end to the national COVID emergency. Governor Newsom declared at the end of February, but I always reflect on the unsung heroes of COVID. And I'll never forget when we all decamped in March of 2020 to the EOC and basically sent everyone home for those that could telework. And you're saying, I hope to God 3,000 people can hang off our network. And I think between Andy Sisk's championing of Workday and you and your IT team's efforts, that got us through these last 3 years of this bizarre social experiment.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Chair Holmes, can I make one more comment?
Sure.
Before we,
Of course.
I've totally forgot to thank two people, but Maggie Tides from the County Council's office has been a huge support for IT, and Chad Fenstermacher from CEO. They're fantastic people to work with, so I want to thank them.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson.
Hi. Well, I agree. You saved the day with COVID and allowed us to continue to serve our constituents in such an incredible manner and get our work done. The Placer, Ready Placer website has come in so handy. I think the question that I have, compared to Caltrans, and I know that's a far comparison in many ways, they tell us to send people to quick maps all the time on road conditions, and it's never updated accurately. I'll just tell you that. I use it all the time, and then I go to Waze, and I get the right thing from the private sector of what's going on. But with our website, are we monitoring that then 24/7 during emergencies and posting, or how do we get the content up to date so people can rely on it?
Yeah, so the content is through OES. They're the ones posting the content. So we
Okay.
host the technology behind the content and give them the mechanism to be able to update that information on their own. So yeah, that content comes through
And then
OES.
do you get noticed if there's a problem?
Yeah, we would get notifications.
Because I'd
We've got
love you to
notifications
help
on all our
Caltrans
systems.
on
Yeah.
quick maps.
We'll-
I mean,
we'll take a
Interstate
look.
80 was closed a lot, okay? I was,
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that.
yeah, see if you can give them some advice. No, and great job on all the emerging issues and our results, compared to our peers and to the nation. I think that's outstanding. And then the IT specialist for Tahoe, one of the issues, as you know, I know your team knows, we don't have a public meeting room that the county owns in the Tahoe area. So when we're holding MACs or town halls or other meetings, we are constantly calling on IT to support that. Could this individual provide that support?
So that's more on the media side. So
Okay.
that's the media allocation that we're adding.
Okay.
So that one's already been approved.
Okay.
And we're just days away from making a hiring recommendation.
Okay.
Dieter and his team have been doing the interviews for that, so they're close to making a selection. That doesn't mean that person can't assist as well. So yes, that person could assist, but that wouldn't be the primary function of that person.
Well, I think, until we have a county building that can accommodate the public up there and we can rely on the technology, we're going to all
Right.
these other locations.
It's always challenging.
And people want to have the Zoom option, and they want to be able to have hybrid meetings, but I'm always reluctant to spend the kind of resources necessary to bring folks up from Auburn for a night meeting and maybe an overnight
Right.
stay, and especially with the roads the way they are, and Caltrans not telling us how the roads are. But I'm reluctant to do that. I'd rather see us invest in some sort of meeting room, obviously, so that people can gather and get county information. Even when we go as a board, we are
Yep.
investing a lot in these other sites to make sure the technology works for our public, so.
Yeah, I know Jeremy and Greg work really hard whenever, the
Oh my
meeting
gosh,
moves.
the hours
You-
they put on.
You never know, whatever meeting room, that the meeting's scheduled for, like, what are the gotchas at that, site?
And how have they changed since the last time they used the
Exactly,
room?
yes,
I am so sympathetic to what they go through when we decide that we're gonna be in Tahoe, so appreciate all the support, great work. Looking forward to those broadband projects moving forward and getting more money for broadband expansion for our community. But thank you for all the hard work.
Yeah, thank you.
The county executive officer has an answer to your question.
Thank you, Chair. The wonders of technology. I hear from our EOC that with regard to Ready Placer, PIO provides direct updates during emergencies to Ready Placer as part of the EOC team, since they are an embedded resource in the course of an emergency.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Landon.
Great presentation, and definitely I agree with your shout out for Jeremy and his team, because I don't know how many times there has been a night meeting and he shows up every time with a smile on his face, happy to set up for 9 hours beforehand I feel so bad for him. So they are so great. But couple of quick questions. This is a curiosity question. On when you're recruiting people, are you seeing more people apply from the private sector, from public sector, or from like fresh out of college? What are you getting?
We're getting a mix.
Okay.
For sure, but we're not getting many these days. You know, we used to get, you know, a stack of resumes like this, you know, for an open position. Now, like I said, you know, it's 4 or 5, so it could be any one of the above. You know, it just really depends. What we did hear from Sierra College is they've got a lot of people that are kind of midway through their career that are coming back in, kind of honing some of their skills or going after some specialized skill. And that was really interesting. You know, if we could get some of those folks, you know, maybe it's somebody like going back to school to learn about cybersecurity, for example, but they've already, you know, have a 15-year career in IT. You know, that would kind of be an ideal situation for us. But yeah, we get private sector. We get a lot of public sector transfers as well, and you know, we have a couple of people that went through the internship program and served as interns for us, and then ended up applying for a permanent position and got those. So that's a great way for people to come through and get their foot in the door with IT. So yeah, we have a mix.
Okay, great. I'm glad you asked her about the interns because that was my next question. And then my last question, this might be a dumb question, but is there insurance for the ransomware issues?
Yes.
And do we have that insurance?
Yes,
And how much
we
does
do.
it cover?
The insurance that we have, and I wish Deborah was here to answer that because she is much more tuned into it, but we have, is she online?
She hasn't gone over.
Yeah, right, let's bring her over. So we have, our insurance covers multiple counties, and there is a policy limit. So if a security incident hit multiple counties, we would be competing with them for the resources for that. But we do have insurance. Deborah would have much more information. Go ahead, Deborah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your attention to this. Yes, we have cyber liability insurance. It's managed by Risk Management, and I work closely with them. The insurance, we have it in a pool of California counties. It's about 26 or 28 counties together. And we have a ceiling, which I don't want to mention in a public meeting. We have a ceiling that is covered for all of us. So I'm also assessing the risks, our shared risks, if something were to hit all of us at once, right? Because there is a ceiling if we all get hit with the same attack. But we do have good insurance, which we maintain, and they put us through a rigorous process now every year for that renewal because the ransomware attacks are going up, and of course their coverage is going down based on how many attacks there are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, and that was a very good question, so I appreciate you asking that. Just, would you clarify for me, because the numbers that you have, Jared, are different than what's on the staff report as far as staffing? Because what Daniel has here says IT, 85 positions last year, 86 this year, for an addition of 1, but yours says 83 to 86. So did you already fill those positions? And it is 85 plus 1? Or?
So I think it just is a timing
Okay.
thing when the position got approved. So they are, I think we have one of them filled, one of the 3 filled at this point. And we're working on filling the other 2
They were
right now.
approved last budget cycle, and then you have one additional one coming on this budget cycle.
I'd have to look into it, but that would be my guess, yes. It's just
Okay.
timing.
Thank you. And then you're asking for an additional supplemental?
Additional
for the
supplemental, so that would be
Tahoe.
87, yes.
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
All righty, Supervisor Jones.
Good morning. Good morning, Jared. Thank you. Thank you both for your presentation. You know, I wanted to take this opportunity to give kudos to Jeremy because his service to our MAC is wonderful. He comes and it doesn't take him that long to set up, quite honestly, not at our library, but it has transformed my MACs. We meet every month and we have an amazing participation on Zoom as well as in person. And so I give kudos to him for that.
Thank you.
For that. So I just want you to know that. He's a great guy and
Great.
priceless.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. Thank you for the great report, and keep up the good work, and
All right.
keep us safe.
Thank you very much. Have a good
All
day.
right, thanks. Wait, oh. Now the board will hear a presentation from County Council. Yeah. Presenting by Karen Schwab.
Good morning. I was trying to find a hat at home that said budget, but all I could find was Boston Terriers rule, and I thought, yeah, then you might not pay attention to the numbers, so I decided not to wear it. Karen Schwab, your county council, and with me today is Linda Rodriguez, my administrative fiscal officer. As you know, my stellar abilities in numbers, if you have any numbers questions, that's what Linda's here for. She's the keeper of my budget. She does an excellent job. I'm here to provide you not just our budget update, but also kind of context behind the numbers. So first of all, I need my clicker. We have actually only one cost center. However, we do have discrete teams in my office. We have child support services, we have litigation, we have our HHS unit, and we have our land use and development units. Spoiler alert, I am asking for a supplemental budget request of one additional supervisor. The reason being, I'd like to have staff for supervisors for each one of my teams. Moving on, accomplishments. You've heard a lot about the first one. And what I want to impress on everyone is these accomplishments are not county council accomplishments. These are accomplishments of a vast amount of different departments and individuals that helped accomplish what we needed to accomplish. Specifically on the homeless and affordable housing, the Clean and Clear settlement. We saved a lot of money for the county. While some members of the public may disagree about what we paid, the bottom line is we avoided a class action lawsuit, which would have run us in the millions of dollars. And within that, we helped implement the mobile temporary shelter. And again, that was the accomplishment of multiple departments. A shout out to Jane and her team, and in particular to Chief Hopper, who has just been instrumental in not only implementing the mobile temporary shelter, but moving along, and we're in our third month, and it is successful. Also, we had the Sabre City HTP Affordable Housing Project that closed at the end of December, and a shout out to a couple of my team members who basically canceled their Christmas vacations, one of which was suffering with COVID, and managed to put together complex escrow documents and make the close of escrow at the end of December. And this is why I don't stand here alone. I want you to imagine my 14 current attorneys, my 6 support staff, and my 2 administrative individuals who really make our office the success I think it is. West Placer Infrastructure Services. This will be an accomplishment going on several years, no doubt, but we've made major significant progress on complex contracts involving the major backbone infrastructure that is needed to move the Sunset development forward. And finally, our attorney representation in multiple areas. I want to give you a few statistics here. Just since the beginning of the year, we've opened up 7 new litigation cases. We have 175 open cases, 5,000 hours of attorney time to our cases. And that's our internal attorney time, and we're down 1 litigator. On the Child Protective Services side of things, since the beginning of the year, they've opened 42 new cases. They have spent in this fiscal year 3,400 hours representing the county on Child Protective Services items. This also includes the public administrator and the public guardian. I know we talk about Public Records Act request. Not every Public Record Act comes to the county council, but those that do are complex or involve potential litigation. We had 200 of those requests in this fiscal year and spent approximately 750 hours responding to the same. Not only that, department representation. This year, the legislature signed into law, and this is just in the housing area, 22 new bills that impact how we regulate and how we handle development projects in this county. My attorneys are required to know what that legislation is, but not only know it, but implement it. In terms of merging issues, I point out this PowerPoint was put together a couple months ago, so bear with me on this one. I continue to advocate for recruitment incentives. I'm happy to hear that we're doing a salary study and that we're moving along on discussions on range B. Just to illustrate to you, though, you've heard a lot from every department as to how difficult it has been for recruitment. It has been incredibly difficult. We used to, anytime we would recruit for a litigation attorney, we would get up to 100, 150 applications. We have a current litigation attorney position that's been open for 7 months. And we have gotten 2 applications per round of recruitment. That's the difference we're facing this day. In our Child Protective Services unit, we have a vacancy that's been open for 5 months. On April 18th, I'm going to bring forward an outside attorney contract to help with that unit while we continue to try and recruit to fill that position to handle the appeals. Because honestly, the workload, especially in that unit, and the type of work they do and the stress that they're under, we need the help. And I continue to create additional senior management positions and promotional opportunities. I think it's incredibly important for retention and succession planning to be able to show those attorneys who are in the 1 to 4 levels that there is a path upward and forward. And in that vein, I promoted 3 attorneys this year, 1 to a supervising position for our Child Protective Services unit, and 2 to the senior position. 2 support staff were promoted, and 1 administrative staff were promoted. So I'm very careful to also look at opportunities, not just for the attorneys, but my support staff, and if I didn't have Linda, I wouldn't have a budget. So I know that it's important to incentivize that upward movement, and there's where my spoiler alert is that I am requesting another supervising position, which I'll get to. The other thing that is vital in my office is the not only hiring high-quality attorneys, but also training them to handle what have become very complex initiatives and projects that this county is seeing. And that's not going to stop. The homeless affordable housing issues, this board is well aware of the complexity of the same. Again, I go back to 22 new bills just this year signed into law involving housing. The financing, moving forward with the IFD and the sunset area that you heard from your treasurer, all of these things land at some point on our desk to look at the legality and the contracts and the financial mechanism behind it. And for that, I really need to have the high caliber attorneys, which frankly I do have. We've talked a lot about this. You know, our performance measures really do tear off of all the critical success factors of this board, because frankly, we get our projects, our initiatives from the board and from the departments. I'm not going to go into a lot more detail on this other than to note the number of cases closed. We did close 50 cases, that includes settlement. On to our operating expenditures budget and our total budget. We have no capital expenditures budget. Our operating budget, 80% of our budget is salaries and benefits. Our supplies and our services are only $1,338,291. Our interfund transfers, $2,768,000. So you can see how salaries and benefits really are at the forefront of our budget. On this, you'll note in this coming year, 23-24, in terms of our budget, the expenses really do represent the fact that we added 2 senior deputy county counsel positions, And there were salary increases, of course, the 4.5% increase overall. Those all factored into the increase in our budget expenses. On the revenue side, one thing I wanted to point out on the revenue, this is not revenue, but it's important to note that the county counsel's office in the fiscal year 22-23 recovered on behalf of the county through litigation against third parties $1,587,345. That is not a revenue, but it is money that goes into the general fund. And of that, a large portion of that money comes from the opioid settlement, a case that we brought several years ago to the board and recommended that the board join that lawsuit. And now we're starting to reap the benefits of those dollars coming back in settlement. Of our budget variances, again, we've talked about this, salary and employee benefits, driven mostly by the 2 senior deputies that we added and also the other promotions and the 4.5% increase. We also had an increase in professional and special services, legal. Again, the reason we have that increase is in the abundance of caution, I can't have one litigator handle all the cases for us. We do have outside counsel for the major complex litigation, but we are to the point where I might have to hire outside extra legal services just to bridge the gap until I can hire in-house. And again, I am bringing forward one contract on the 18th of April for just that reason. On the A87, you heard yesterday that A87 is based on expenses 2 years ago. COVID didn't last just 1 year, and especially in our office, what we found is in 2021, we still didn't have travel, we didn't have continuing education, we didn't even have expenses. I talked to Linda about this because honestly, most people were, we had almost 100% telecommuting. So that's why you see the variance, the decrease in our A87 costs. And funded positions, currently 30, that includes the 2 senior deputies that we added. And finally, the request. As I mentioned to start, we have basically 4 teams in our office. Right now, my chief assistant, county counsel, I wish was here, but is actually participating in oral argument in the Placer County Superior Court right now. He is doing triple duty. And he's right now supervising the litigation unit. He is also doing the internal supervision of support staff and trying to do what I need him to do as the chief assistant, which is the more overarching, the larger complex projects. It's not sustainable. I'm asking for the additional supervising position so that I can take that off of his plate and provide it to another attorney, and it also provides a very good spot for another potential somebody to move up and gives incentive to people to realize there's a place to move up. And with that, I don't know if I've talked fast enough to make it in the 15 minutes I was given here, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Karen. Supervisor Landon.
One quick point of clarification on the revenue and expenses comparison. I know you said that the opioid settlement was not part of revenues, but is that part of the green on here? Is that the increase in revenue?
No,
So
that's
then-
what I was, it's not part of the revenue, but I think if you look at the whole picture of what county council does, our revenues are based on, we bill certain, we bill special districts, we bill JPAs for our services, and that's what we collect. We also bill for major projects through CEDRA. What we have noticed in the past years is the major projects, it's not every project in CEDRA, planning project, it's the ones that are the larger type projects, the specific plans, for example. That's what constitutes revenue as far as the budget is concerned. The reason I pointed out what we collect from third parties through litigation is that is money that actually does go to the general fund.
Okay, and so then the increase from 21-22 to 22-23 is because of those projects, additional projects? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate the presentation. Just a quick question. What are the 4 different teams that you have? You have the list of areas under the county council office, but what are the 4 teams you have?
We have the HHS team.
Okay.
We have the Child Protective Services team. We have the Land Use and Development team, and then we have our litigation team.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I just wanted to thank you and your team. Oh my gosh, most of the public doesn't understand why we have so many items in closed session and for how long we're in closed session going over all of the issues that we face. And the leadership of your team through many, many challenges this year is so greatly appreciated. So I just wanted to thank you for that publicly, because so often we thank you in private, in closed session. So, thank you.
Supervisor Jones.
Yes, I would like to also add how much we appreciate your help, especially with all of the legal issues we have to plow through at our level, and that you're always there to help, and your support staff has been wonderful to all of us. I want to give special shout outs to Maggie, but I don't want to hurt anybody else's feelings for a lot of the stuff that she's done for my district. Thanks, Karen. Great job.
I too want to thank you. You've got a top-notch team, and really appreciate keeping us in line, as well as keep making us aware of the challenges that you work out for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're done? Okay, thank you.
Chair Holmes, before we move on, just because council brought up the opioid settlement, I just wanted to add some more context to that, because I don't think it's going to be covered later in HHS's presentation. But over the course of approximately 20 years, we'll receive annual amounts from the opioid settlements, from the different settlements. So thanks to Karen's team of Brett Holt and Greg Warner that got that for the county. We are holding those into a separate fund outside of the general fund, because it has specific uses that are allowed under those settlement agreements. We started a process a couple months back with multiple departments, probation, sheriff, HHS, bringing them all together so we can plan out the best use of those settlement funds. So just wanted to add that for context.
Thank you. We now move to Health and Human Services. Dr. Oldham.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services. Here this morning with Vicki Grenier, who's our Deputy Director of Health and Human Services for Administration. And so you got the slides up. So let me just start before we kind of get into talking about our 23-24 budget. I know we did a presentation on HHS funding back in September, and so won't rehash a lot of that, but did just want to quickly review the vision, HHS's vision and mission and values, and some of our strategic priorities that are behind this budget. I think inform this budget and certainly help us to kind of knit together a very diverse department with lots of different programs that do a lot of different things for our community. So our vision for Placer Health and Human Services is a safe, healthy, and connected community in which all members flourish. Our mission is building health and well-being in Placer County as leaders, innovators, and partners with our community to strengthen, support, and protect all who live in Placer County. And we do this by living out day to day, really trying to live out our values. And our core values include collaboration, excellence, leadership, innovation, compassion, and equity. And so I wanted to say that because I think it does. We talk about the connection between our mission and values and vision to the overall budget and to these strategic priorities. So we identified back, I guess it's been in the midst of the pandemic, we did a refresh of our strategic planning and identified 4 top strategic priorities for over the next few years that included leadership on priority community health issues such as homelessness and behavioral health, including, I know we've heard a lot yesterday from different departments who are working with us on the fentanyl poisoning crisis that we have in our community. So really taking HHS, taking a role in addressing, taking leadership in community health issues. I know we learned with COVID kind of the need for us to, like I say, some of us are more introverted, but to step out and really take leadership role in the community. around health promotion and equity, around really our legacy of integrated and effective services. Really, this Placer model is tried and true, but I think continuing to update that model to make sure that we're delivering the most integrated and effective services. And then finally, I know there's been a lot of talk around from all of the departments around workforce, but that was actually a focus on our workforce, not just on recruitment and retention, which is super important, but also in developing our existing workforce. And so that's been a priority for HHS, even the previous round of strategic planning. So this first slide, which you can read almost nothing on unless you get out your magnifying glass, I think it speaks to as I mentioned, the diversity of Health and Human Services and what we do. This is from a budgetary perspective. We have 10 different cost centers represented within Health and Human Services. This actually doesn't include the in-home supportive services public authority, which is separate. Within these cost centers, over 100 different programs. Most of them get their funding and scope of work from state and federal grants and programs. And then just a reminder that we're the health department for all of Placer County, including the cities. We cross over into different jurisdictions. There are a few exceptions where certain jurisdictions, cities may have some of the programs, so we have some area of overlap. But in general, we're the health department for all of Placer, including our cities. So jumping into accomplishments, and I really think you can see the nexus here with some of the strategic priorities that I identified before. One of these departments, and I think these are not just department accomplishments, as Karen was just talking about. So many of all of our accomplishments really cross over different departments and even outside of county government with other jurisdictions and community partners. But we really have, I think, played a strong role in helping to accelerate the response to homelessness, which is one of our priority community health issues, informed by regional preferences. With our CEO's office, we've helped to provide backbone support to the regional homelessness response process, as we talked about at the board meeting last week. We've worked with regional partners to develop shared housing siting criteria, which I think is really being operationalized now, and procurement processes across the board, which is really exciting. And through Home Key, the county, in consultation with the city of Roseville, made the single largest expansion to permanent housing in our history by converting the former Hampton Inn on Douglas into 82 units, now called the Sunrose Apartments. Some other accomplishments: we've expanded behavioral health services to better homeless. Again, this expansion of behavioral health services is also one of our priority community health issues. This included opening the Lotus Behavioral Health Crisis Center in Roseville, and then soon we'll open a second urgent care crisis center on the first floor of the Sunrose Apartments that I mentioned earlier. We're also receiving significant state behavioral health infrastructure funding, including to add a second 16-bed psychiatric health facility here in Auburn, adding youth urgent care, and we've applied for substance use disorder residential treatment facility funding at the government center as well. Some additional accomplishments: we've in our human services and children's system of care, others have transitioned to a new benefit system for food, healthcare, and employment assistance. This is really aligned with our integrated and effective services strategic priority. We've also launched a new website called gethelpplacer.com to help residents determine eligibility for benefits and connect with programs and services. So again, thank you to all of our other county department partners, including IT, is helpful on this. So moving into emerging issues and departmental priorities, we've are seeing expanded eligibility for our safety net services, which is resulting in more applications for us to process. We'll talk more about Medi-Cal applications in particular, probably being the one. Speaking of the end of the federal state of emergency for the pandemic, some impacts that's having across the board on our safety net services, but particularly in the Medi-Cal program. So at the same time, as has been mentioned in other presentations, continued workforce pressures, and that is hindering our ability to process these requests quickly. I will say there's some positive notes. I think we're doing a lot here locally, relative to some other jurisdictions. We're in better shape, right? But I know our staff are very stressed and they really want to do a good job in trying to process those applications quickly. In addition, kind of another emerging issue, I guess it's been emerging for a while, but seeing more and more federal and state policy changes that are compelling us and our partners to reimagine how we provide and are reimbursed for some health, behavioral health, child welfare, and human services. I know in the Sheriff's Office Department, they're talking about one of those in particular, CalAIM, which I know has had really, by the way, the state came is very, very impressed. I know Sheriff Wu was talking about the CalAIM program and how really some of the work that has happened there around jail medical services and other services at jail. But this is something that's actually impacting our entire healthcare delivery sector throughout the county, well, throughout the state, but including here in Placer County. So lots of different, and our child welfare services. So lots of different services that are impacted by not just CalAIM, but a lot of these other initiatives happening both at the state and federal level. The good news, we'll look at that later, is on the funding perspective. That's a lot of this is coming with additional funding, which is positive, but it's also coming with a lot of new work and a lot of its own challenges. But the last bullet there is kind of the hopeful side of things, because yes, it's coming, some of these challenges are coming with new funding, and I think HHS is positioned well to expand our access on a whole host of critical services in our community, again, kind of aligning back with our, the strategic priorities. So these new challenges, it does offer some opportunities. It's just a lot of work right now in a time where, we like other departments continue to have our workforce pressures. So this one, another slide. We lumped together the objectives from all of the different cost centers. So I don't expect you to be able to see or to read all of these on the slide, but just wanted to highlight a few of the objectives and then connect that to their performance metrics. Looking at Objective 1, they're supporting countywide strategies to address homelessness and substance use crises, which again are among our top priority community health issues. In particular, under the substance use crises, this includes the crisis with fentanyl poisonings. I'll also call out number 3. Serve and respond to community health, behavioral health needs, which we've already talked about, some of those things that we've already done and that we plan to do in the coming year. Number 4, housing individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness who require additional supports to maintain housing. So I think of Sunrose and some of the other investments that we've made, but also in the midst of probably coming back to your board in the next month or so, talking about another round of potentially of home key funding. Number 5, children and youth are safe, healthy, living at home, in school, and are out of trouble, which is an ongoing objective. I think that has been endured and been pretty steady for the last few decades here, coming out of our children's system of care. I think about the SMART policy team, which has been around, I was just reading the history, been around since 1988 and has been articulating that objective. Number 7, completing a high percentage of Medi-Cal applications within 45 days, and how that's essential to timely customer service and maintaining state standards. And then number 8, using the highest percentage of available vouchers, or housing vouchers, that in doing so increases our ability to receive new vouchers in the future, so to getting kind of new voucher grants. And then here, again, are all the connected performance measures with those objectives. I'll just note here that we've really encouraged that we, in addition to including service counts and kind of process measures, which I think are really critical to assuring that we're providing a high level of service, to actually start to include more outcome measures in these. So you'll see some of those reflected here, even starting at the top, number one. As I mentioned last week, this goal of so the number of individuals reported as homeless countywide based on the HUD definition, which is reflected in our the point in time count, that was just released back I guess at the end of last month. You see there, that we actually just got that number, the 688, which is, I mean, sorry, the target was 688. We just got the number for the this year's point in time count of 709. And so the goal here, this is, I talk about a very audacious goal to reduce the total our rate of homelessness by 25% by the year 2025. So that would require over an 8% reduction per year. So this, although we had about a 6% reduction from 2022 to 2023, not quite enough to stay on pace. So, but the good news is we hope to make up for that in future years with the investments that we're making. The second, the other number one, the second one down, deaths related to opioid overdose. I just point out that includes fentanyl poisonings, but other sources of opioid overdose deaths that we've been working on. Really, we have an opioid coalition in place for nearly 10 years now, who've been working on this really terrible epidemic, and now this fentanyl poisonings being the latest and probably the most lethal stage of this opioid epidemic. I'll point out the one about percentage of youth who find permanency, which we're really shooting to try to drive that up to 65%. So it's really a predictor of kind of long-term outcomes, is in that 24 months, within 2 years, for youth to find permanency within our child welfare system. And then the percentage of youth diverted from emergency room services. My healthcare partners really appreciate this, that keeping when we have youth in a crisis, going to the emergency department rarely is the right place. Sometimes it's there as a backstop, as a safety net, but really trying to have other alternatives for the benefit of our healthcare system, but more importantly for our youth and families, that they get the right access to the right resources during a crisis. And the last two I just mentioned before, the percentage of Medi-Cal applications processed within 45 days. We try to keep that in the 90 to 95% range, so that is kind of leading many of the other counties, but really try to have high performance in that area, in addition to the housing vouchers utilized. You'll see they're really setting some objectives to try to get all of those leased up and utilized, so we can get more, right? Okay, so turning from objectives and measures to the actual dollars, I just point out here, this budget. Proposed budget is almost exclusively operating expenditures. We do have some relative to the rest of the budget, small proposed capital expenditures. That as a reminder, again, we did the presentation on all of HHS funding back in September. As a reminder that about 5/6 of this budget comes from state and federal dollars, and that we're trying to decrease that further, so that it was about 18% and trying to bring that down, I think in around the 16% range, correct? And this slide just shows that, yes, we have seen some, over the last few years, increases in expenses, but that has fortunately come with increased revenues as well. Again, largely these are state and federal dollars that are coming in, and with a decreased reliance upon general fund. And then just looking at this slide, a lot going on in this slide, but I'll just kind of talk about, we have different line items in the budget. So some areas where we've seen some variances on the salary and employee benefits line item. We have seen about a $2.5 million increase, which I think is consistent with other departments. We have a separate line item, and I failed to mention that the significant proportion of our budget, of that nearly $300 million, actually goes to contracted services or to cash aid. So it's not just salary and benefits. I believe that's about 40-ish% of our budget, but we have significant other line items as well. So this one line item, professional and special services, we saw a $10.5 million total net increase on this line item. That includes additional services that I just spoke to, including the behavioral health continual infrastructure project, Home Key rounds 1 and 2 of additional $12 million, so some additional substance use disorder contracts, $4 million, the Lotus Center, $1.5 million. But then I'll add that we've had another line item, the support and care of persons expense, that has also seen a pretty significant increase of $4.8 million. I think the largest subcomponent of that is our CalWorks cash aid. But the good news along with that, as I mentioned before, increased revenues. So we've seen increased in our realignment revenues by $3.3 million, an increase in Medi-Cal revenues by $3.9 million. So a lot of work on our different teams, in particular in our children's system of care and adult system of care, and trying to maximize our Medi-Cal claiming. So really when we offer a service that we can claim for Medi-Cal, to pull down those revenues. I know that, again, creates more work. It can be challenging sometimes. In fact, not many providers in the community accept Medi-Cal because of this. It's really challenging sometimes administratively, but kudos to our team for continuing to try to maximize those revenues as much as possible. And I think you see that reflected here. And then finally, an increase in other state aid programs, things like Mental Health Services Act, but other grants that we've been able to draw down. So a $6.6 million increase. Okay, so looking at our funded positions, you'll see there we have gradually added some additional positions back during the pandemic. With additional state and federal dollars, we're able to add some more positions. We actually, in the last year, haven't added new positions, largely due to the fact that we were focusing on filling the positions that we had. And so the good news is we have been able to bring our vacancy rate for HHS down a little bit, right? So we're down about 6.3% vacancy rate right now, which still is not where we want to be. Out of nearly 800 positions, that's a lot of vacancies still, but it's better than we were. And I'll say relative, I talked to some of my colleagues in other counties, we're doing pretty good. It depends on the classification, right? So we have certain classifications where we're still really hurting, but overall things seem to be moving in the right direction on this. And so, by the way, this is the 783 is without the supplemental requests, and then you'll have in your packets the 10 supplemental requests that we are asking for, and these are in our two in our adult system of care, 3 in the children's system of care, and 5 in human services. The 5 for human services are linked. I think all of these are linked very closely to our strategic priorities and some of the challenge that we're having. I talked about the challenges that we're having just in the volume of applications for things like Medi-Cal, but other benefits right now are really our staff are really struggling, and so this adding the 5 additional eligibility specialists that are funded but will make a huge difference. In addition, in the children's system of care, the 3 client services practitioners that you see there really providing behavioral health and child welfare services. We've talked about just the crisis over the last few years, the huge increase in the need for behavioral health and child welfare services. I think those would be much appreciated. And then the health education program coordinator in adult system of care, really, so most of our health education program coordinators are, we think of, more associated with public health, right? So doing health education programs, but seeing the need, and we've gotten, appreciate a lot of the comments from the board of focusing on prevention, focusing upstream on health promotion. So this is really connected to our health promotion and equity strategic priority, and that this isn't just a public health thing. This is kind of throughout different programs to inject more prevention and health promotion. So with that, those are the proposed supplemental requests. I just want to end by, first of all, thanking this board for your really ongoing support of HHS. I mentioned, that we've been an innovator for many decades. So this board and other iterations of this board have really helped us to do that. including getting county general fund and having some flexible funding and being willing to take on some risks. I remember coming to your board several years ago asking for support for whole person care, right? Something where a lot of other counties didn't take that risk, and I think we did. I think it's really, a lot of those risks have paid off. So I wanted to thank your board, wanted to thank Jane and Becky and really the entire CEO's office for their leadership, and then in particular in the budget shop with Daniel Chatney and his team that really have been through a few of these budget processes and has been very organized, and just really appreciate all of the attention to detail. And a special thanks as CEO's office to our Sarah Poindexter, who's just a rock star, I think. Yeah, so and then within the HHS team here, so have Vicky to help now answer all the tough questions that you have, but Vicky Grenier and her team have really helped to lead this process for Health and Human Services. A really complicated, comprehensive budget, and so they has a great team. Jennifer Patton, our new, relatively new in the last year, assistant director for administration, and Denise Medlin, who we stole fair and square from CEO's office, they've been really helpful, but also just wanted to. I can't thank everyone in Health and Human Services, but from our directors and assistant directors to managers on down, so many people involved in the budget and just, again, involved in linking this back to the mission that we have serving this community and building a healthier Placer together. Can't thank everyone enough, including our community. So with that, I'm happy to, and here with Vicki to answer the hard questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Oldham. First of all, I appreciate how nimble you have been since 2020 with all the changes. But I also want to, and you mentioned it about your entire staff, the 783 people that work for your department, I know how hard they work. Sometimes we don't know what they do, but we know that they're good at it, and we appreciate their hard work. And this includes the guy that comes in and cleans the rooms after the day.
Thank you.
The state and federal government has put challenges on you, and you've been able to be very nimble and about making that work. And on behalf for me and the board, we really appreciate the hard work you folks do. And now I'll turn it to Supervisor Landon.
Thanks. Well, as you know, one of my greatest areas of interest is HHS, so I just want to say thank you and echo everything that Supervisor Holmes said, because I just so appreciate what you do and the complexity of how you handle things, and you handle it with grace, and even amongst controversy, always do a great job of really making the public feel heard, as well as, managing the board's priorities at the same time. So thank you for that. And I really personally believe one of the greatest roles of local government is to provide healthy communities, and HHS is such a key element of that. And so one of I think the greatest assets of Placer County is the Placer model of HHS, and just the ability to partner with nonprofits to help kind of be the boots on the ground for implementing things, because I feel like they can do a better job in many instances of implementing than government can. And so I appreciate that you embrace that and run with it. And so in my opinion, any opportunities we have to continue to foster those relationships and expand our relationships with nonprofits, I would in general be supportive of and would love to see in the future. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Landon, and Chair Holmes. And I just reflecting on, yes, thanking the staff, and you're right, who are really the troops on the ground, who are providing really important vital services. Sometimes interacting with our residents on very challenging, sometimes the worst day of their life, or when they're just in really tough struggle. Sometimes with unclear guidance or difficult. From the state and federal funders, who we like their money, but sometimes not always like their all the rules that come with that money. But also, Supervisor Landon talking about other departments that we work with. So I mentioned the smart policy team is one, like we're used to working. One, we have different programs and divisions across HHS that work together, but also really this culture of working across different departments to drive outcomes like we're seeing, on fentanyl, et cetera. But also with these community-based organizations. So when we talk about the budget, it's tough to not think about them, because I know some of our community-based organizations have really been struggling, right? And so from a workforce, we can complain about our workforce issues, but sometimes they have much even more challenging workforce, but also on the fiscal side. So it's really something that we're mindful of, is helping to because we've had such strong partnerships with our community-based organizations to shore them up. So just thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I will reserve my thank you to the end, but I will ask a couple of numbers questions because you can't get off that easy. So in 2021, increased by 13 positions, and then 27 positions between 2022, 2020, the next year, right?
Yep.
I would guess that some of those might have been COVID ads, but I do know a lot of folks were temporary. So that's 40 positions since 2020. Can you tell me a little bit about those positions? Because I know that you all have grown tremendously, right? A lot of responsibilities, and of course a lot of state and federal dollars and mandates for programs. So maybe you can share with me those 40 positions, and then you've got an additional 10 that you're asking for, but if I noted, are those ones that have funding offsets, revenue offsets?
Correct.
Okay. And those would come from just different state and federal dollars?
Correct, yeah. So maybe I'll start with that. The ones that are part of the supplemental request, the 10. So 5 in human services, which are almost, so those have different funding sources, and so some are through Medi-Cal, right? Because the Medi-Cal program comes with funding to provide for that eligibility and other services. In the adult system of the ones in the children's system of care, the practitioners I talked about billing Medi-Cal, so that's one way. Actually billing, not so different. There's the Medi-Cal program administration, but then actually claiming to Medi-Cal, and even doing this new claiming like the CalAIM stuff, right? But also child welfare, other funding streams. So largely state dollars that pay for those eight positions. The one in adult system of care has kind of different funding. There's more focus funding on behavioral health, kind of prevention that I mentioned, and so yeah, it's kind of all of them have a different kind of a potpourri of different braided funding together to support these positions. But to your question, Supervisor Gore, about the nearly 5% increase in positions that have got us here since 2020. Yes, some of those were related to COVID. Actually, most of we're really proud of what we were able to do with COVID to stand up a temporary workforce, so we call extra help positions. So had, I believe, 100 or so of those extra help positions. So continue to have, those are extra help positions not reflected in this budget. Most of those, so we don't have 100 extra help anymore in public health. Have leveraged some extra help continued for public health, but these are permanent positions, and so most of them, some of them are in public health because there has been some more sustainable funding of public health. Part of the reason we needed, to scramble back in 2020 was because it was, what the communicable disease team was like 5 people, right? And so there has been a future of public health funding and other sustainable public health dollars. And so I don't have, Vicki, if you don't know, I don't know the exact number of those 40 or so positions department-wide, how many of them were in public health, maybe 10-ish over the last 3 years. So it's been, those have been divided amongst, the different divisions and programs.
Yeah, if I might add that, sorry. If I might add that, I think that the positions that we've added really represent the overall growth of the county. We've increased expenditures and revenue 8-9% year over year compounded since 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22. And this, I think we're projected at 8 or 9% this year as well. So the revenues are growing about maybe 1% above the expenditures, but if we have 5% growth in positions, but we have 10% compounded growth year over year, this is just really to support the overall work.
And as he said, the extra help not represented in the position allocations.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then my next question then would be for Daniel, right? Because they've got 10 positions they're requesting that are more or less revenue neutral, not sure. Share with me a little bit of the thought process about those all being in supplemental versus us funding a couple in this current proposed budget.
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. So when we recap this afternoon, I'll have more explanation of this, but there are roughly, of the 33 positions being requested countywide, roughly half of them have their own identified funding sources, like state and federal contracts and different programs that are escalating in HHS and then needing the support to do that. When we get there, our recommendation would be for those positions that have an identified funding source, not the general fund, that we would recommend allocating those positions into their budget, and then those would come back in the recommended budget in June with the inclusion of those 10 for HHS, and then there'll be several others that you'll hear about later today. And then we'll have more conversation about how we treat the general fund requests.
Great, thank you very much. And then I just want to say, Rob, thank you so much for you and your team on the regional homelessness project that we've been doing with the cities. That's been a really long effort, but I think we've made a lot of progress, and I'm looking forward to continuing to get to some additional action items with our partners. But I really appreciate your effort and Raul's efforts. It's really made a difference in our cities partnering with the county and us really actually all having a level of understanding, which is similar. So I look forward to continuing the work, but I really appreciate it because it has not been an easy effort.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Rob. Thank you so much. I wanted to just make sure to point out to all of our constituents the heavy load that you guys carry at HHS. I mean, it's a huge responsibility with adult system of care, children's system of care, public health, human services, housing and environmental health, animal services, and veteran services. It's really huge, and to be the health department for all of Placer County. So, I mean, kudos to you all, but I especially appreciate the attention that you've given to constituents in my district. I know you've done a lot of hand-holding for us, and appreciate all the time that you spend and give to us and the service you provide. Thanks so much for all of that.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Jones. And yeah, I mean, yes, it's a huge responsibility that we take on. Fortunately, we do it with a great team within Health and Human Services, but also, you know, I'm looking around at our colleagues and other departments that help us, but also just this great community, right? And so, you know, it's the community that we live in. And so, yeah, people talk about, you know, other opportunities to work in, you know, Health and Human Services organizations, but this, you know, serving the community that you and your that we, you know, live in with our families, it's just, it's a thrill and a lot of fun. But yes, we have challenging days as well.
But still not going to give up on the fluoridation issue.
Noted. Thank you.
Well, I echo everybody's compliments to the department and all the variety of tasks you undertake to keep our communities healthy. But a special call out during all of our recent emergencies and fires and the incredible efforts, whether it was animal services or other departments helping our community through some really trying times. And in addition to their regular workload, none of us anticipate those emergencies. We don't want them and need them, but you're part of the team that doesn't get singled out as running in those emergencies to help, and you do, and your staff do. So I wanted to thank you for that especially.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. And if I may, just on animal services, because they really have, you know, all of HHS. We've had times where we've been challenged over the last three plus years, but animal services with the mosquito fire and others have really risen to the occasion. But I want to use this as an opportunity to thank your board and CEO's office for the support. I mean, we talk about most of our programs being largely funded through state and federal dollars. Animal services almost exclusively funded through general fund, and we really made an investment in animal services over the last six years now with the Animal Services Center. But you think about, yeah, they were stretched, but can we imagine without those investments where we would have been? Without, you know, thinking about that old shelter, right? So anyway, just kudos to that group in particular, but also to your board and the community for supporting them and investing in them.
before I turn it over to the county executive officer, I mentioned that all the changes that the legislature gives you, and you have to work through those. Actually, the Board of Supervisors has given you one, and that is the new Health and Human Services facility, which would be a welcome transition. Do you have a phased-in plan for that, or is it too early to go that far?
Yeah, and I may we have a future update, because I think it's fluid, and pardon the pun, because we've had a lot of fluid falling from the sky.
Got it.
But yeah, I think we're generally on track. We're gonna have maybe having to do some things to get back on track, but I think we're gonna get there. I think still late this year, maybe very late this year, is still the plan. But yes, we'll maybe come back with facilities management for an update to your board soon.
We're really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
County executive officer.
Thank you, Chair. Just as I thanked IT earlier for helping the organization weather the last 3 years of COVID with tools to get the job done, I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge you, Dr. Rob, and the entire HHS team for being front and center in support of our community during the last 3 years of the COVID crisis, which the president ended last night.
Thank you, Jane. Just wanted to thanks for your partnership and leadership through these challenging times as well. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I see no more questions, so thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to a brighter days ahead. Thank you.
Sir. All right, thank you.
We'll now move to the budget presentation from our county library services. Good morning.
Can you hear me okay? The volume okay?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Okay,
Mary.
good morning. I'm Mary George, your Director of Library Services, joined by Assistant Director Sophie Bruno. Good morning, Sophie. Apologies for not being in person, but I'm not feeling well today. Thank you for your time this morning and for the flexibility to present remotely and for another opportunity to discuss our libraries. Next slide, please. The county library's budget has one cost center and 4 programs. They are unchanged from last fiscal year. These programs reflect the countless hours and transformative work delivered by a passionate and talented library team. I am humbled daily by their commitment to each other and our communities, delighted by their talents, and honored to lead them. And now I'll pass the mic to Sophie to highlight the department's accomplishments.
Thank you, Mary. Good morning, Sophie.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here, and particularly to be able to tout the just amazing work that our staff does, especially because I was the one who got to be able to do that last year's budget workshop. And I really continue to be so proud of the work that all of our team does, and all that our team has accomplished, and be able to celebrate it with your board this morning. So fiscal year 22-23 saw the department welcoming back full service to the public. Staff added core programming in all libraries, including weekly baby lap, sit, and toddler time sessions, in addition to weekly preschool story times. And they facilitated system-wide initiatives like the All Ages Summer Reading Program, and then a winter book bingo for adults in January and February. We also expanded support for Placer County educators and students. So librarians publish and distribute a bi-monthly educator newsletter that highlights various library resources. And during the month of December, we successfully celebrated National Library Card Sign-Up Month by using that newsletter at the start of the school year to welcome students and teachers back into our libraries. And we reached 76 county schools during that month and welcomed 550 students that month alone, and class visits at schools, and also welcoming students and teachers into library locations. Our hardworking and adaptive library mobile service team really hit the ground running this past year, and they continue to find new ways and new places to reach the Placer community out on the road. Staff serve the community in dynamic ways and with various kinds of stops, including community stops and visiting schools, senior living facility support, and also one-off or seasonal community outreach events. So community stops could include the Meta Vista Park, the Perky Peacock in Sheridan, the Dutch Flat Community Center, where they also facilitate a monthly book club. And then at school visits, they're curating the materials that they bring specifically for the students and teachers they'll be visiting. And our team really continues to develop connections with the area senior living facilities to bring library materials to citizens who otherwise wouldn't have access to those materials. And we currently serve 6 senior living facilities in Auburn, Rockland, and Granite Bay. Mobile outreach service this past year covered really a wide array. A couple of examples include the Colfax Farmers Market, the Dutch Flat Community Potluck, Auburn, Kingspalooza, just to name a few. And the data really speaks to the success of the Library Mobile Service team to effectively reach our communities. So for comparison's sake, in January 2022, Library Mobile Service staff served 43 people. And January 23, a year later, they served 405. Likewise, the number of materials checked out in January 2022 went from 134 items to 754 items in January 2023. So moving to library facilities improvements, in the same way that public demand continues to increase for programming, the story for library facilities has really focused on the ability of the department to be able to meet that demand and the library locations themselves. So as we rise to meet the need of increased customer access to library resources, so more open hours, a deeper, richer collection of materials to check out, offering a wide array of programs and services that meet community needs, our facilities have to be able to accommodate those 21st century needs and accommodate the staff to serve the customers that we continue to attract. So this past year, we added 2 new study rooms to the Auburn Library to serve the public and secured $4.9 million in grant funding from the California State Library to address critical infrastructure and technology needs for the Auburn Library. And then moving on to customer experience, really thanks to the ongoing support of your board, we have been able to continue to improve upon the customer experience and customer accessibility during fiscal year 22-23. The Forest Hill Library just recently increased its open hours from 27 to 38 per week, and both the Tahoe City and Kings Beach libraries will do the same as soon as those vacancies are filled, and that'll bring our libraries up to parity with one another. The library's collection development budget was increased by $100,000 to include both electronic and print materials, reflective of community interests and a wide variety of formats to meet needs. And then finally, we initiated a plan to improve the library's website and social media presence to help address some of the concerns highlighted by the 2021 grand jury report to provide a more accessible and user-friendly virtual experience. And turning it back over to you, Mary.
Regarding the library's emerging issues and department priorities, the library has a number of them related to improving our facilities, modifying library services, and continuing a steady, consistent investment in our library system. A request to accept and initiate the Building Forward Library Facilities Grant for the Auburn Library will be before your board for consideration in the coming weeks. The library will continue collaborating with Capital Improvements, the California State Library, and the CEO's office to begin project work. Limited space is restricting how the library can adapt to community needs and expectations. Workspaces for additional staff to expand service is critically needed. A consolidation and relocation of library administrative and system-wide support services is being discussed with facilities management, and if implemented, will increase efficiencies in library services and accommodate Auburn Library construction needs. Tahoe Library facilities are too small to meet their customer expectations, and a vision for Tahoe Library services is needed to include future grant opportunities and partnerships. Per your board's direction, outreach to the Penryn community with library mobile service is being scheduled, and the library will report back to your board in the fall and seek further direction regarding our Penryn Library. With regard to a steady, consistent investment, department priorities include continuing with your support the pathway towards building a high-functioning county library system. That pathway will need a continued funding commitment to support service expansions to meet customer demands, including increased open hours, reliable access to materials, and enhance programming that meets community needs and interests. The past year has offered us the opportunity to begin to develop a community vision and plan for improved library service in Eastern Placer, with the goal to ensure consistent, equitable, efficient, and sustainable library services for our Tahoe communities. We continue to work collaboratively with Nevada County and the town of Truckee for potential regional library service partnerships in Eastern Placer County. Pending board approval, we are preparing to apply for a second round of California State Library grant funding to improve library services in Tahoe. And finally, as per the 2022 Library Services Study, Placer County should continue to remain committed to an increased library materials budget that meets community needs, with a target of 10% of the overall library operational budget. Currently, the annual materials budget sits at $600,000, with a proposed overall budget of $9.2 million. The materials budget collection would need to increase to $900,000 with the requisite staff and facilities to support behind it. Next slide, please. The library's objectives aim to both increase the use of the library and to provide for a better customer experience by continuing to curate an up-to-date collection of both print and electronic resources reflective of community interests, offering more enriching and entertaining library programs, providing an accessible and user-friendly website experience, and increasing our public service hours. The library's performance measures seek to tie services performed and department results to the budget, while also considering your critical success factors. With the fiscal year 23-24 budget, the library expects to achieve a 5% increase in the total number of physical and electronic items in use, the total number of electronic books purchased exclusively for use by Placer County Library cardholders, and the total number of library visits, virtual visits to the library's website, and library programs. Next slide, please. This slide denotes the department's submitted operating budget for fiscal year 23-24. And like I said, it's about $9.2 million. We have no additional dollars for capital expenditures. They were not requested during the budget submission, although we will have items coming before you in this fiscal year as related to the purchase of a new library mobile service van and RFID gate replacements for the Auburn and Granite Bay libraries. Next slide, please. This slide represents 2 years of prior year actuals, the current year's library budget, and the department's submitted budget for fiscal year 23-24. The bar graph shows increased expenses in the department's submitted budget, which is mostly attributed to increased salaries and benefits year over year, and increased expenses due to service expansion and associated operational needs. Any fund balance that could occur due to unfilled positions and or increased revenues not yet budgeted in fiscal year 23-24 will help cover unbudgeted or unexpected increased costs or initiatives identified out of the library services study and the library's strategic plan projects that are in progress. Next slide, please. The largest budget variance occurs in salaries and benefits for the library at $518,000. This increase is due to the addition of 3 new library specialist allocations and costs associated with converting part-time positions to full-time in the Tahoe City, Kings Beach, and Forest Hill libraries. Currently, the library department and procurement are engaged in renewing a 5-year contract. This shows the variance in our IT section. That 5-year contract will be effective July of 2023. This contract should be before your board before the end of this fiscal year. We anticipate increased technology costs to renewing this contract with a great opportunity to improve upon our library catalog and customer experience. A note of variance in utilities is due both to expanded hours in multiple libraries and to an increased cost for utility service overall. Next slide, please. And the last slide for me is our funded positions. The 3 additional funded positions noted in the working budget reflect the 3 additional library specialist allocations your board approved in September of 2022. And now back to Sophie to highlight our supplemental budget requests and conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
So the department's supplemental request for fiscal year 23-24 includes 4 full-time staff allocations broken down here, 2 library clerks, 1 paraprofessional library specialist, and 1 librarian. These 4 allocations would allow us to expand public service hours at the Auburn and Rockland libraries, our 2 busiest locations. We continue to prioritize increased customer access to the library and really to make strides toward a steady, consistent investment in library services in Placer. And now with our smallest locations poised to offer expanded hours and the same dynamic services, the next step really is to restore public service hours in Auburn and Rockland. And in fact, in addition to restoring Monday open hours, these allocations would also allow us to open the Auburn and Rockland libraries a half day on Sundays as well, which would make us the only library in libraries in the area to do so. And as public librarians, we are nothing if not adaptive and flexible in the ways that we meet community needs and pivot and flex to sort of expand to the next challenge or opportunity. And to that end, you know, as we continue to hear from the public, both with the development of the strategic plan and then again with the library services study, the idea of library service really means very little without access to it. If the doors are locked because there aren't enough staff to be able to meet and serve the community. And so to help meet that accessibility demand, we dissolved one of the divisions in the department and moved that 1 librarian position to South Placer as we started to look ahead and anticipate the need for additional public access, and then moved the 1 library supervisor to the materials management division to provide the additional support needed for the increased materials budget and get those materials out to the public at a acceptable pace. And a 7-day-a-week model allows staff to more effectively utilize the facilities and spaces that are available, to more efficiently manage the generous leave that the county offers its employees, and most importantly, to consistently offer our citizens access to their county libraries. So I'll end there. Thank you so much for your support and for your time this morning. Thanks to the entire budget team for their expertise and support. We could not do any of this without them, and we are happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mary and Sophie. You're speaking about a half day on Sunday. What hours would those be?
We haven't decided. We're looking at probably like a 1 to 5 to be able to manage staffing on a Sunday and still reach folks, in the afternoon before the week really gets started.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Mary and Sophie. Question for you. The Auburn and Rockland libraries, what are their current hours?
So they're open 38 hours. So they're open 10 to 6, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and 10 to 5, Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay, so they're closed on Sunday and Monday.
Yes.
And hours that are fairly similar to what other libraries in the area provide, or do they have Mondays and we don't? What's the difference?
It varies, but some library systems in the area do offer Mondays. I think there's one branch in the Yolo County Library that's open Sundays, but there aren't any other Sunday hours offered in Sacramento, Nevada, El Dorado, or anywhere else in Placer County.
So when you were saying that the desire is to have some increased staffing for the Auburn and Rockland library hours,
yes,
to bring them up to which other libraries?
So during the Great Recession, we were open 6 days a week. We were open Monday through Saturday.
Okay.
And took away the Monday hours. And so our goal has always been to restore those public hours on Mondays.
Okay.
We've heard that from the communities since we've done that. Pardon me, I don't remember the year offhand, but and as we looked at the numbers and looked at staffing and what would happen, where are we able to put this additional staff in our locations if we're just open those 6 days, and being open 7 days and having that Sunday as a half day allows us to spread out staff work schedules. So some, maybe they're off for a weekend on Sunday, Monday, some are off Saturday, Sunday. So you don't have this glut of staff in the middle of the week and then struggle to provide effective service consistently out on the weekends when people want to add an additional day or two to their weekend, right?
Thank you.
Supervisor Landon.
Just a question of clarification on the 4 positions on the supplemental request. Will the funding be covered by the increase in revenue then?
Supervisor Landon, yes. The current submitted budget, working budget for library has a surplus of revenue, and that's sufficient to cover those 4 positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophie and Mary. Great presentation a couple weeks ago and now again today. The budget doesn't show any capital expenditures, and yet we have 4.9 million we need to match, and we have investments in our other libraries. And so looking back over the chart, there's been funding available each year. You've been under budget, which is great. But we've also grown that budget by 27% over 3 years. So I'm just making sure that we're adequately budgeting for the capital needs that you do have in replacement and equipment. Because yes, it'll cover the extra positions, but there is 0 in there for capital. That'll be coming out of general fund, from what I understand.
Supervisor Gustafson, so when the general fund makes this transfer to the library, it doesn't claw back any unspent revenue.
Okay.
So it stays within the library fund itself. So in those positive revenue years, like you mentioned, they have been building a fund balance
Okay,
that's
good.
available for capital projects and one-time expenses.
Great. Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Supervisor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to point out that you have done exactly that. You have done well in the difference between what you spend and what you receive. The first, in 2021, the difference was a positive $722,140. In 21-22, $355,000, well, almost $356,000. And this year it's looking like just over $1 million. Plus 1 million, so, and projected for next year. So I just want to say that I think that they're proving to be pretty frugal with their money. Daniel, what?
Yes, Supervisor Jones and Sophie and or Mary can chime in as well, but I think it's been a combination of a couple things. One, increasing property tax revenue, and the direct property tax revenue the library receives has been increasing relative to the same general fund property tax increase. The general fund allocation to them has remained constant for the last several years as well, but I think it's partially vacancies, reduction in service hours, the pandemic, all of those things kind of scaled the reduction in expenses and built that reserve primarily. But since when we budget the full allocation of positions and things like that, that's why the budget reflects a surplus at this point.
Okay, so it's looking positive perhaps for the supplemental requests?
Yeah, for the library request, when we get to the end of the day, we'll make that same recommendation, that because they have available revenue in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, that we would recommend filling those positions.
Okay, well, I want to congratulate you guys on being mindful in your budget. Good job. Did you want to make a comment? Okay. No, I thought maybe you did.
No, thank you, Supervisor Jones.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you all.
Any other comments? No, let me just finish by saying I thank you for the service that you provide. As you know, I visit the libraries quite often, and your staff is very friendly, and grateful that we're there. Maybe it's just because me, but they're very friendly and customer-oriented, so we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel, very much for all your support and your help with this budget, and for your entire team. It takes a village to, run a library system, and Chad and Gina, and of course Kelly Heikala, our fiscal officer, who is currently training or onboarding a new library specialist this morning and couldn't be with us. But I just wanted to say thank you for making this budget year, a nice and pleasant experience, and in no way, shape, or form like a Hunger Games.
Thank you. And now we will move to the Parks and Open Space Department. The interim Parks and Open Space Director, Josh Hunsinger.
Yeah, good morning, Board. It's a pleasure to be here. Josh Hunsinger, your interim Parks and Open Space Director. I just had to appreciate that Mary couldn't help herself but say the word Hunger Games. I was waiting for it, so noted. So yes, I have been the interim Director of Parks and Open Space since last December, and I've really enjoyed that role. It's been really cool to get to learn another department and how Parks and Open Space operates. It's also really enjoyable to focus on something. You know, my agricultural commissioner and sealer role is a regulatory role, and to get outside of a regulatory role into something that's recreation focused and something people are actually excited about the county doing instead of kind of bummed when they see my staff. So it's a real pleasure. With me today is Andy Fisher, our Parks Administrator, and Dina Lockhart, the Parks Administrative and Fiscal Officer. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to them in just a second, but I will just note that, you know, I think the overarching focus of Parks and Open Space, the theme, if you will, is just that Western Placer County growth that I know we're all talking about a lot, and kind of what is just over the horizon right now and starting to peek its head out as far as those impacts as these developments are constructed. Parks are part of that construction process, and so we're already in discussions with some projects that are getting ready to possibly hand some facilities over to us in the very near future. And so that's kind of the overall theme. Along with that, we're also on an ongoing basis just focused on keeping up with the maintenance needs and the renewal of existing facilities that can be pretty intensive and pretty expensive as well. And I know you're very aware of some of those particular projects that we're working on. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity, and I'll turn it over to Andy and Dina for the presentation.
Thank you, Josh. Hello, Andy.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you very much for having us. Before I get started, as we begin talking about Parks and Open Space, I want to give a shout out to Greg Bills and Barbara McAllister, who have worked tirelessly to help us put a coherent budget before you today. We really appreciate their efforts. As we go into Parks and Open Space, you'll see here the two major cost centers that make up our department, which on the left-hand side is our operating budget. You'll see in other slides where the two are combined. Operating budget tends to be pretty stable over time. We have increased incrementally with cost of living and with inventory that we've taken on. On the right-hand side, our capital budget, which fluctuates pretty greatly over time as we receive grant funding and other funding for projects, and we expend and complete that funding and get those projects completed. To talk about some of the accomplishments we've had over the last year, you'll see some recurrent themes, as Josh mentioned to begin with. Foremost on our mind is growth in West Placer, how we accommodate that. We're also keen on our mind are how to implement the master plan that your board approved last year in May of 2022. First ever Placer County Park and Trail master plan, which we've come out of the gate checking off some good implementation milestones coming right out of that approval. And then also our role in open space management, and particularly vegetation management and wildfire risk reduction, has continued to grow over time. And so you'll see those in this presentation. Those are kind of some foremost themes with us. We are at a point now, following the approval of the environmental impact report for the expansion of Hidden Falls 2 years ago. We are through the design process. Shout out to Lisa Carnahan, whose determination has gotten us to this milestone where we're about to go out to bid and get that under construction, the next phase, the Twilight Ride parking area. As you know, it's also an iterative process with the neighbors. Our next in a series of meetings with the neighbors to hear and interact with their concerns will be April 18th at 6 o'clock in the Planning Commission hearing room, and we intend those meetings to continue throughout the opening to the public. So it's been a big project for us, and we're excited to be at a new milestone in that project. Next, the vegetation management on all county properties. With the passage of the Defensible Space Ordinance, I believe in 2020, we took a look, parks already having, for some of the space that we manage at Hidden Falls, you know, we manage about 1,500 acres of open space already. We graze those, we do mechanical thinning, we have contracts. And so when the Defensible Space Ordinance applied now to all properties within Placer County, not just parks, we took a look at all the properties that the county owns, which are over 400 throughout the county, determined that about 135 of those parcels really need some level of vegetation management, wildfire risk reduction. And so we put a plan in front of your board in the CEO's office 2 years ago and said, with the contracts, the staff ability that we have, and the grazing contracts that we have, we believe that we could help you get the entirety of our inventory in shape within 3 years. So we're about halfway through with that. You've supported us over the last 2 years to get that program off the ground, and one of our supplemental requests is to continue that. We're very happy with the progress that we've made. I'll mention in a minute, we've also caught the attention of the California Tahoe Conservancy, who has received a lot of state funding and is ready to support us in that with our work in the Tahoe Basin. You'll see a grant request, an application request before your board in a couple of weeks for over $600,000 in support for veg management in Tahoe from the California Tahoe Conservancy. So we're excited that people are recognizing our efforts and getting on board with us to support those. And then finally, master plan implementation. There's a capital improvement program that went with that master plan, and we've already been able to check off some of those accomplishments. We had a ribbon cutting for the Martis Trail last year, a portion of the Resort Triangle that now connects the town of Truckee with North Star Drive. We finished our Speedboat Beach improvements. If you've been up there, such an iconic place with its boulders in Lake Tahoe. We've really brought it up to date with a great looking Tahoe architecture, restroom, and a walkway down to the beach. So I think it's fitting for its world-class reputation. Our Dutch Flat Pool, we just finished our restroom up there, so we're excited about that. And then, as you recall, we entered into a funding agreement to complete the Newcastle field partnership with Newcastle School. We're going to provide construction funding for that, and that'll be out to construction here within weeks. So those are some of the things we're excited about that we have accomplished in the last year. And then emerging issues. So rapid growth in West Placer, as you've heard a lot about and Josh mentioned. Fortunately, we didn't just start thinking about that. We were at the table for negotiation of development agreements back in 2007. Some of those came back again for re-entitlement around 2015. And so we worked with each of those large developments, Placer Vineyards, Riolo, Bickford Ranch, and so forth, to make sure that there was funding mechanisms set up for both delivery of recreation amenities and ongoing maintenance for those. So, and we made sure that the pace of that development was ready for new residents when they came in. So as Josh mentioned, we've just taken over a new trail in Riolo Vineyards. They're building 2 new parks down there that we'll be taking over probably in the next year. Bickford Ranch is about to start on their first trailhead and about a 5-mile loop of trail throughout, just gorgeous trail up through where some of the great vistas are and back. So all of that will be there as new residents come. All of that is built in with CFD funding for ongoing maintenance as well. Also, like a lot of the departments, staff recruitment and retention, as well as succession planning, has been a challenge for us. If you look at the group photo of parks, a casual glance will let you know that some of us are not in our 20s and 30s anymore. We are. So we are looking at ways to expose some of our young and up-and-comers with opportunities for growth so that they're ready to take our places when we get ready to retire. We've had a mixed bag of recruitment. Some of our office and professional slots, like our associate planner position that we're recruiting for right now, has been pretty slow to get attention, but conversely, our field positions, supervisor and parks and grounds worker, we've been very pleased to see a robust list of very good-looking candidates. And so don't know if that's a trend or a snapshot in time, but that is our recent experience with recruitment. And then again, implementation on the Parks and Trails master plan, some other projects on the capital improvement list that are going forward in the not too distant future, continued progress on the Resort Triangle Trail, Sheridan Park improvements, a new field and restroom down there, Griffith Quarry, a facelift, and the fencing, the interpretive programs, things like that, all coming up in the next year. And then some of the more intangible things, but the very important initiatives coming out of the capital improvement plan. One is how we communicate. You know, our web presence is one of the highest visited in the county. I think we do an okay job today in how we get information out there, but it's really a place we'd like to step up to another plateau of excellent communication in our web presence and our social media presence in the mapping and graphics and just how people get around our parks in Placer County. That'll be reflected in one of the supplemental requests that we're asking for. And then secondly, volunteer support. As we particularly open up more and more open space, I think volunteers are critical to our being able to have eyes and ears on the park, to getting work done, very efficient, but they do need some additional support and management to be able to properly motivate them and direct them. And so we want to support those volunteers, of which we get a lot of requests for volunteers wanting to come and work at Hidden Falls and be a part of it. And then finally, also another major implementation measure of the master plan was maintaining what we have, and capital replacement is an area that we are in the middle of reviewing right now. We do have capital replacement money built into the CFDs in West Placer, so new development that comes along has replacement money built into that maintenance stream, that annual maintenance stream. But we do have a lot of assets. Our older parks that predated Prop 218 do not have capital replacement. They don't have assessment support. So we have a contract in place right now, and we're putting together the database and the model for what we need going forward to maintain parks, not just the day-to-day maintenance that we take care of, but as they age out, and they are, taking care of major replacement and so forth. Our objectives and performance measures, you'll see a lot of the same priorities we've talked about. Our open space stewardship is growing, not just in parks, but the number of acres of open space that we take care of, whether it's open to the public or not, and the fire risk reduction that goes along with that. So that reflects the balanced land use planning. We're integral in that effort to balance rapid growth in West Placer with the preservation of open space and the stewardship of that open space, both through veg management and through public outdoor recreation. You can see that our parks, trails, and beaches, they've been pretty level in the inventory up, for the past 10 years. They're beginning to rise again as we're taking on more inventory from West Placer growth, and we're going to see that just beginning to take off now. And then how we communicate, as I mentioned before, we have a very visited web presence. You can see that we do measure ourselves by the number of public outreach meetings and social media blasts, things like that, but that is an area that we really do want to improve and go from good to excellent in how we communicate what we do out there. And into our two different cost centers, the budget for this year, operating expenditure budget and our capital budget. The $6.8 million in operating expenses reflects, I believe, about a 7% increase, so it's reflective of the incremental inventory that we've taken on in both county buildings, trails, parks, things like that, and the cost of living. But it has increased gradually over time. The capital expenditure budget is reflective of the grant money and what we expect. We will not be able to spend all 11 million of that this year, but we have that in projects program to be spent over the next few years. Finally, as we wind down, you can see this is the trend over time, and this does combine operating budget with our capital budget, and you'll see the reason it looks like we're overspending by about 12 million a year is that does not show reprogrammed capital money. If it's been programmed once, it's not showed again. We're really not spending 12 million a year more than we have. However fun that would be, that's not what we're doing. And then again, this kind of reiterates the same idea. The changes in our budget over time have been driven by the major changes, major variances are driven by our capital projects. So both the money coming in and being expended as we finish projects. See, funded positions have been stable over time. The difference between 21-22 and 22-23 represented the administrative staff that we took from Public Works when we split from Public Works into our own department, and then one additional senior project manager who we have filled and are very excited about that position being filled. Then the supplemental requests, finally. We are requesting a staff services analyst. As you know, the Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District has been formed to serve West Placer with the urban level recreation services that Placer County as an agency does not provide. And that agency is off the ground. It's going to begin to take on some inventory this year, mostly in landscaping and trails and open space. But it does need some administrative support, so this staff services analyst would be that first position with a portion of that time dedicated solely to support the Placer Vineyards district. That would grow over time as the district grows, and then eventually would be hiring additional staff as well. And that staff service analyst also we see as being able to put some dedicated time into our communication, our web presence, and our volunteer coordination, things like that. The next thing that we're requesting is a $60,000 for a new Nexus study, our park dedication fee program, which is our major source of local capital funding for parks and trails. That program has not been updated since 2004. So we would like to get that done, have a fresh, coming out of the Park and Trail Master Plan with the data coming out of that plan. We believe it's time to update our park dedication fee program, and that's about the cost of the Nexus study. And then finally, the park's fuel load management, that is the third increment in the 3 years that is going to help us, if approved, finish all of the defensible space, vegetation management on all the county properties throughout Placer County. And I believe that is it.
All righty, thank you. I just want to thank you. I know over the last several years, the Parks and Trails Master Plan has been quite a challenge, and now the implementation is the real challenge, and I appreciate the work that you're doing moving forward in that direction, and also appreciate the outreach you continue to do for the Hidden Falls expansion to the community out there, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Josh, did you have some?
Nope.
Oh, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you for the presentation. A question for you about the additional position, which would serve the CSD right in the Roseville or West Placer area, Placer Vineyards. When might the funds come available from the CSD to pay for that position?
Partial payment will be available this year. So the CFD was approved, I believe it's in its third year. I believe it was formed, or fourth, it was formed in 2018. So we do have a revenue stream to support that position.
Because it's not yet listed here.
We did not, we did not show offsetting revenue for that position, and we don't expect it to be 100% funded by the district.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, we have the homes out in Heritage that have been built, and so there are funds from those homes, perhaps. And there's growth happening. I wouldn't think that the dollars are all there yet. So I was just curious to get a sense of, and maybe you can let us know, but how much money is already in that fund and when we anticipate it to get to a place that would offset.
Where the position would be fully funded?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd anticipated about half of that position to be funded from the Placer Vineyards District this year. We are just coming into our operating budget. There are, additional revenues from the other CFDs, not the Placer Vineyards District itself. But there is some work that we would like to get done with the staff services analyst, like the communication, like the volunteer support, that would have to be general fund supported.
Because this position would probably do more than one thing right now.
It would, yes. The amount of work.
Serve several different areas.
Right. The amount of work needed for the Placer Vineyards District in the next year probably is not a full-time position, but it's going to rapidly grow into a full-time position and then more.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just make a comment on that too, I think Parks is extremely lean on administrative staff. We, the $18 million budget is managed by a total of 3 admin staff, and those same admin staff are doing every single other admin duty in the department. So, that was one of my observations coming in with fresh eyes, is it's an extremely lean admin team right now, and I think this addition would be very welcome to build some additional resources there on that front.
Thank you, Josh.
Supervisor Landon.
2 questions. On the last item on on the Parks fuel load management piece, it says one time. My question is, as we know, trees grow back and shrubbery grows back, and so is there any funding that is being set aside for the future when it comes to fuel load management?
So the plan 3 years ago, our study said for $3 million over 3 years, we believe we can get the initial implementation done. And then, yes, for roughly $750,000 a year, including the money we already get for grazing and things like that, we believe we could keep it up over time. So it will require, new money, an annual replenishment to keep it up over time.
Okay, so then next year, would it be included in the actual budget as opposed to a supplemental?
Supervisor Landon, we could do it that way. What we've done with this is we've funded it as a one-time source, so we could utilize fund balances at the end of the fiscal year to fund that new program versus identifying new revenue for that. As parks and open space keeps expanding, obviously you've heard a lot of new challenges for us to fund different positions and things like that. We'll be working with them on the right path to do that, but it could either be included as an ongoing cost or supplemental, depending on the board's direction. So.
Okay, and then my other question is on the objectives and performance measures. For the breakdown of parks maintaining open space versus the PCCP, what is the delineation there between what Parks is responsible for when it comes to open space long-term maintenance and what the PCCP is responsible for? I'm not sure who best is.
I'm not sure there's a bright line. I think what we have taken on is what we have owned up to date. I think what the PCCP will take on is what they acquire from now going forward. Okay. And then some of the properties have been addressed both by us and the PCCP, like Hidden Falls. So I think there is some coordination to be done going forward on some properties, but I think the basic answer is we look at what we have now going backward in history. The PCCP will look more going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I think this question might be for Daniel, but I will check with all of you since I have all the brain power here. On park dedication fees, are those held in general fund or in not in general fund, but under you, and then come over when the project is approved, or are they held in this budget?
They are not shown in this budget. They are in a separate trust fund.
In a separate trust, but then when you get approval for a project, then it goes to capital over here. Is that correct?
And so there are some park dedication fees that have been appropriated by your board to projects that are shown in that.
Now are shown over here.
Yes.
I was just trying to clarify that because that variance isn't just outside grant funding, it's also our own park dedication fees coming in.
Very correct.
Okay. Thank you. I kind of got a gold star there, huh?
Supervisor Jones.
Good morning, Andy. Thank you for your presentation. So my question then is the Granite Bay Parks assessment fee that we pay in my area, is that not included in the budget? Is it kept separate?
So it's the labor in our operating budget that is appropriated to that district is captured in our operating budget.
Okay.
There is an additional sum of money in that budget that's not reflected in our operating budget, and that's direct costs. So the contracted services, the materials, those are not reflected in our operating budget, but our direct staff support is.
Great, great. I also want to thank you for all the hard work that you do in my district to support our parks and open spaces, and particularly in my first year, all the work that you did on that 200-foot wide trail that was 2.5 miles long with the vegetation management and everything. You guys did a great job, really you did.
Thank you. And we have to give a shout out to Casey Lyons, who
yes,
headed up that work.
Yes, especially Casey. Please do give
great.
him a
So,
special
thank you very
kudos
much.
for us. All the people, all the neighbors in that community love all of you for all of that hard work that you've done. It made their lives so much more improved.
Appreciate that very much.
Okay, any other comments? All righty. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Andy.
Mr. Chair, can I make another
yes.
comment back to Supervisor Landon's question? We do already allocate $250,000 a year of ongoing revenue for fuel load reduction. The $750 was an agreed upon 3-year term, but $750 a year to bring it up to that $3 million project cost that that Mr. Fisher referenced earlier. So now that we're finishing up that 3rd year, we'll relook at ongoing needs as well. So just want to make that point.
Good point. Thank you.
All righty. So, Josh, you're sticking around, I understand? And now we will Hoping to have a budget presentation from our agricultural department, Josh Hunziker.
Get to the right slide here. Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Josh Hunsinger, now your Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. And it's a pleasure to be with you today. Just start off by giving a little overview of my organization as it stands right now. So traditionally, the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer role, which is primarily a regulatory role, that has been kind of the traditional department model. We're responsible for three major or primary buckets of work, if you will, which would be pesticide use enforcement to ensure that people and the environment are protected and that pesticides are used safely and legally. Responsible for a variety of pest prevention activities to prevent invasive species from being introduced into Placer County, which would be detrimental to agriculture and the environment. And then our weights and measures and consumer protection efforts to ensure that the consumer gets what they paid for and that there's equity in the marketplace, as we say, to make sure businesses have a fair competition amongst each other. As in 2018, in late 2018, you may recall that your board approved a reorganization effort initiated by the CEO's office to bring the Farm Advisors administrative support into my area of responsibilities. And so that is a budget that includes 3 full-time equivalent or 3 admin staff worth of budget to support the Farm Advisor's office. The Farm Advisor, of course, is part of the University of California, and they bring a robust set of programming into Placer County and their own set of staff, but we do provide administrative staff. We also provide for their facilities expenses, their utilities, as well as some programming and purchasing support to them. And then more recently, in 2021, we started working on developing the Regional Forest Health Program. And then that, in the last fiscal year, that was brought out of the CEO's office and put formally into my department, although for a year prior to that, it was kind of operationally already there. And so the department has grown and changed over the last few years, last 5 years or so in those ways. So just wanted to give you a little bit of history and overview of that. So as far as accomplishments, I'm going to kind of break this down into agriculture and Farm Advisor and then Regional Forest Health separately a little bit. So I hope that's okay. So first and foremost, I'm sure you're very tired of hearing about this by now, but we had a lot of turnover and a lot of vacancies and a lot of recruitment issues. Sorry to, again, be that broken record amongst department heads. But one of the big accomplishments, although we had about 50% turnover last year in our agricultural and standards inspector series, which is our core field-based staff for the ag department. And took a lot of doing, but we did we were able to fill those positions, and I'm just really excited about the new staff we have. They're younger and less experienced than the staff that were lost to other agencies primarily, but they make up for that in enthusiasm, and it's really great to have just a really gung-ho group of new staff who are really excited about working here and really enjoying their jobs. So that's number one. We also rebuilt and modernized the Placer Grown website. It's really beautiful. We're gearing up to do kind of a push and actually advertise that. We've been kind of making sure that it's all dialed in before we really do that public push. But it's, technology, as I'm sure you're all aware, has a lifespan. And so, as things change, you have to update. And websites have probably about a 5-year maximum lifespan. And then you have to do a major refresh to accommodate changes in consumer patterns and how they interface with websites and how they interact and what the technology, the hardware platforms that are being used to view those websites as well. Another big accomplishment that many thanks to your board for helping me to get this across the finish line was our beekeeping ordinance. We're just on the cusp of our starting to get active in bee issues, and I'm really excited to implement this new tool that you've given me, and I thank you for that. I'll see how that goes over this year and report back to your board on I'm sure what'll be a lot of success. And then on the UC Cooperative Extension side, they, after many years of just kind of in a statewide trend of reducing, approximately 2 years ago, the legislature got serious and said, hey, we got to fix this because this is a really important thing. These farm advisors out in the communities serve a really important role of bringing that research-based knowledge into the communities and serving a lot of different programs. And so they refunded a lot of vacant positions. And so as a result, Placer County got 3 brand new farm advisors dedicated to, we do share them with other counties, but I think 2 of the 3 are actually based out of Placer County, which always obviously benefits us the most since they live here, so to speak, and are hosted in our county facility. So that's huge. We were down a couple years ago to 1 farm advisor. We have 5 serving the county at the moment, so that's really exciting. On the Forest Hill side, we again, as your board is aware, we got that contract to your board, and it was approved for the land tender planning program. That's going to be a major step forward. We're just on the cusp of really launching that and diving into that effort, which we believe will plan out the next 10 plus years of what the county is going to be doing in forest health work. We also secured a $4.35 million grant, which is the rest of the funding for French Meadows. So there's going to come a day when we're not talking about French Meadows all the time. I'm really excited to get across the finish line. Unfortunately, we keep having these little hiccups like that little fire that you may have heard of that kind of stopped work for, a good portion of the fall. And so we've had some setbacks just, through no one's fault, but just circumstantially. But we do have funding, and the duration of that funding should allow us to certainly get that project across the finish line. And so I'm really excited about that. And then we're also, to your board's direction, while land tender is going to plan out that next 10 years of work in a very prioritized and deliberate fashion, your board had also directed to identify immediate, obvious projects that need to happen. And so supporting the work around Forest Hill, we're calling the Baker Ranch project. That's I think a 26 to 28,000 acre footprint kind of on the north and western sides of Forest Hill, equally at risk compared to the south side of Forest Hill where the mosquito fire happened. So really diving into that project in collaboration with SPI, with the U.S. Forest Service and some private landowners to get that up and running. We have a federal funding request for the CEQA and NEPA work as the first step on that, and getting that going. As well as, the Regional Forest Health Program has a little bit less of a role, just more of a supporting role in the I-80 fuel loads project, which is moving forward in collaboration with County OES, Resource Conservation District, CAL FIRE. I should say Baker Ranch, that CAL FIRE is very instrumental in that. I neglected to say that, but as well as Caltrans, obviously. So we've got some really good things going that I'm excited about kicking off here very soon. So as far as emerging issues go, so recruitment and retention issues, I do have a couple more vacancies that have just occurred recently that we're working through. I'm confident we're going to be able to fill those positions, but that is, again, traditionally the agriculture department had an extremely stable workforce, and this new trend, which seems to be not just unique to the ag department, continues. One of the biggest ones I wanted to highlight is the workload relating from the ag-urban interface, and just some of those land use conflict issues in Western Placer County. I want to thank Supervisor Gore, now Supervisor Landon, previous Supervisor Wygant, for facilitating that crops and cul-de-sacs town hall we had in Roseville last fall. One of the results of that, I'll just give you a little story. Recently, I was contacted by one of the Roseville City Council members who had a concerned member of the public who alerted us to, hey, I've got airplanes flying outside of my house, and I'm concerned about it. And we we looked into it, and it was amazing because on Google Earth, the image layer on Google Earth is from May of 2022, and there are no houses where this person lives. Just a year, so 11 months ago, there were no houses in this spot. Now there's a fully built out neighborhood that exactly borders a hayfield, and it's just amazing to see that, how rapid that growth's occurring. Long story short, the farmer eventually ended up this past month needing to make a pesticide application to that field. There's a weed that gets into the hay that is toxic to cattle, renders the hay completely worthless, can't be fed to cattle if this weed persists, so they need to get an herbicide application on that. Fitting that application in, it's way too wet to put ground equipment in, so it had to be flown on. One pesticide application with staff on site all of the time. We were about 20 to 30 hours into one pesticide application just to juggle fitting it into that very tight space where that new neighborhood had been built. We had an almond orchard we couldn't drift on one side. We had the houses on the other side. We had houses to the south at the airplane. We didn't want it turning over as it flew north to south. It was just the level of complexity that occurs as these houses are built out and interacting with that farmland. The goal is to, protect those houses and make sure those neighborhoods are safe, and beyond that, communicate with the people and ensure that they have that comfort level to know that they're safe, while still allowing farming to happen is just, it's a significant workload, and we're it's just increasing. And I think as we talk about Western Placer County growth, that workload's not going to stop. It's going to continue to be one of the major themes in my office. A couple of new programs. The first one's related to that. New pesticide regulations that the state's developing. It's basically a notification program, and I think it's very apropos to this conversation we had, where basically the public in certain circumstances would be allowed to sign up for a notification to say, hey, there's pesticide applications proposed near my house. I can sign up, be notified, take steps like keep my kids from playing in the backyard, or close the windows, or even leave my house during the application if that's what they feel is necessary. That's going to be a big workload when that's put into place for my office. The other big one on the weights and measures side is electric vehicle charging stations. Right now, of course, we test gas pumps to make sure the consumer's getting a gallon of gas when they buy a gallon of gas. Similarly, customers are charged by the kilowatt for electricity when they plug in their electric cars. And so the jurisdictional authority, the regulatory authority, is kind of phased over time. And so we're just on the cusp of having that authority and being mandated to test those electric vehicle charging stations. And that's, while we can collect registration fees for those devices, there's some pretty expensive equipment and also some new workloads that will come along with that. So I think we have, I want to say off the top of my head, over 150 locations already constructed in the county, and we're seeing more almost every day, every week on that front. Really, the agricultural marketing program, I hope to come back to your board soon. I think we're going to be in a transitional phase with the ag marketing program. The current Placer Grown contract ends this fiscal year, and I think I'm going to recommend a little bit of a different direction in that. Along with that, we've been working with economic development on a potential grant application to do a really robust agricultural addendum. I think you're all aware of that, to the general plan. The general plan update focused specifically on agriculture and kind of charting out that next kind of 10-year or 20-year horizon of what agriculture looks like in the long term for Placer County, and I'm really excited about that. And then lastly, on the ag side, I'll mention that I would really like to, and with your board's support, consider a name change to the department, going from, I think there's some debate whether we're the agriculture department or ag and weights and measures department, depends on the setting, but really going to agriculture and natural resources. I think that reflecting the forest health program, reflecting the UC Cooperative Extension program, just being more inclusive overall of all the different, and descriptive of all the programs I have within the department. I will say, depending on kind of where parks lands in the long term, again, based on your board's direction, if parks were to be part of this department in a more long-term setting, I think ag and natural resources, that natural resources name would be, inclusive enough to possibly bring that under the umbrella as well. So, that's something I'm really hoping to accomplish in the next year. On the forest health side, we're really, I'd say the overall theme and what we're looking at in simple terms is plan it, fund it, do it, and just getting into that cycle. And so really looking at project identification and prioritization, that's number one, is just getting those projects lined up so that then we can seek the funding and then we can implement them. Another one, just overall theme, and in particular, I have biomass up there, but just the infrastructure, when the timber industry was kind of diminished over the last several decades, we lost a lot of key infrastructure, everything from log trucks to timber fallers to sawmills to biomass. We just need the people and the equipment to do the work, and then the facilities to process those wood products that are coming out of the forest. And so we've got a lot of work to do around there. Challenges around unanticipated challenges like the mosquito fire, like some of these other things, just red flag days that shut down our work, things like that. Really working with the U.S. Forest Service, with PCWA as our partner, to really come up with a plan and make sure that the proper priority is being placed on rebuilding and reopening Mosquito Ridge Road to allow that access up kind of the center of the more remote parts of the county. Again, impacts of severe weather, and then again, the staff capacity, I'll get to in a minute, our supplemental requests around staff capacity on regional forest health as well. As far as objectives and performance measures, I think these are consistent with the board priorities and reflect a variety of different, we do a lot of different things, a wide variety of different things, and I have awesome staff that are dedicated to implementing each of these. I won't belabor them. We can come back to them if you have specific questions. Operating expenditures, so $5.4 million. That's, prior to some of these new responsibilities. The Ag Department budget averaged around $2 million, so we've really seen that increase over the last several years as some of these new programs have come online. We do have a capital expenditure related to a piece of weights and measures equipment that needs to be replaced due to some changes in DMV regulations, actually, to where we have a vessel that for testing high-speed fuel meters that previously didn't have certain driver's license requirements. There's new DMV hazardous materials driver's license requirements that are, we want to possibly buy a new piece of equipment that would get us out of some of those really onerous requirements and be a good investment in the long run. The budget obviously is jumping around here a little bit historically. The 21-22 budget does not reflect forest health. That's why it jumps way up in 22-23. And then a lot of the expenditures that were budgeted and revenues that were budgeted in 2022-23 were not spent, so they were encumbered. So we actually will be able to do the forest health work that was budgeted in 2022 in this current upcoming fiscal year as needed, based on, the encumbrances are not reflected, but they're available for us to spend, if that makes sense. So that's why this jumps around a little bit overall. The Ag Department's very stable. Forest Health, relatively stable year over year, although it does look like a significant reduction here. And then, so some of the major decreases, as I just alluded to, that $3.1 million decrease in basically our contractor funding is due to those funds rolling over, so it's not reflected in that total budget. As well as state aid, similarly in revenue, to balance that out. And then we do anticipate an increase in inventory sales of saw logs and biomass, hopefully assuming roads are rebuilt, when we can get that material out of the woods. So that's, again, I wouldn't place too much of a bet on us actually accomplishing that. We're very optimistic and hoping to realize that revenue, but we'll see it may be another year before we're able to get that material out of the woods. And then as far as funded positions, the jump from 19 to 21 reflects our Regional Forest Health Coordinator and Staff Services Analyst for the Regional Forest Health Program that were moved from the CEO's office or budget into the Ag Department budget in the 22-23 fiscal year. And then supplemental requests, we have a couple of them. The first one is a senior agricultural and standards inspector. While no revenue is reflected in that, I do anticipate we have some legislation actually that we're pursuing that would provide funding for approximately half that position if we're successful to adjust weights and measures device registration fees. So, every gas pump in the county, I collect a small fee on it. For instance, every scale, every meter. Those haven't been adjusted in a long time. We have, I don't want to put the revenue in the budget yet because it's not realized, but I'm very optimistic and pretty certain that will be successful in that legislative approval to allow us to increase those fees. We also, as I mentioned, on the pesticide use enforcement front, along with that new workload that the state is anticipating, we will also, there should be revenue that comes along with it to fund that as well. Long story short, though, with this supplemental request for an ag inspector, the workload is here now. This ag-urban interface stuff, this new electric vehicle charging station workload, these are here now. I think we can talk about, and I've talked with Daniel about, filling that position when some of those revenues become a little more real. I don't mind doing that, but I at least want to put this request in front of you so that you're aware of the need. We can talk about when exactly that position's filled. Totally happy to do so, but I do want to flag that for you. Along the same lines, we do have a senior planner supplemental request for the Forest Health Program. The two folks I have, Carrie and then Patty, our staff services analysts, are awesome, and they just work incredibly hard, but it's just the two of them, and they're completely at capacity. And if we really do want to increase, as the state uses the term, the pace and scale of work in Placer County, that third position and bringing some additional skills and abilities through a senior planner into that team will just be a total game changer to allowing us to just break this program wide open and just really do great things with it. Again, there's no revenue at this moment, but I anticipate as kind of new grant funding, as we get that ball rolling, this position over time should become a largely self-sufficient position, even though it's not today. Along the same lines, so we do have some, a startup, any startup staff position requires some additional, computer, desk, some of those things. So that's the $9,600 there as additional startup costs for a senior planner. And then the Regional Forest Program does not have its own vehicle, and that we've identified as kind of a shortcoming. And as we need to do visits out to the field to visit projects and stuff, we do need a vehicle for Regional Forest Health. So we have $40,000 request as well for a 4x4 pickup to allow them to get out and do site visits as necessary and travel to meetings and stuff like that. So with that, I believe that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All righty, thank you, Josh. Supervisor Gustafson.
First off, thank you. For taking on additional duties, and in the last couple of years, we've added a lot to your plate. So thank you for that, and your team for all the hard work. But with that, I tend to look at numbers and operating costs and looking at, that growth, and it's pretty significant.
Yes.
For a small department. So, but I think what I'm also, some of the capital ends up in your operating, is the way I see this. Is that correct? I mean, the jump from 1.8 in operating, I'm sorry, 3.6 in 2021. I'm looking at the bar charts that are back a couple slides, to 5 then we go way up to 8 million, and then we're down to 5.4. It's hard for me to track, okay, what's the true operating costs versus these capital projects?
Right.
And that's where I think I'm getting conflated, because it's like a 48% growth, but I don't think that's
Yeah.
fair for the two positions, and then you have a supplemental for a third.
Supervisor, and Josh did a good job explaining it. We struggled it. My team probably knows that I struggled with it more than anybody else. But those contracts that you're calling capital for the
Right.
work that they're doing, not being reflected in the recommended budget because they're in the current budget,
Right.
and will roll over and establish its own new budget in the next year.
Yeah.
And I understand the conflict with that, and I wanted to take that out and smooth that and show it that way, but it ended up being a lot more work for us to do, so we didn't do it. But I think Josh did a good job explaining that. But in the future, this chart shows the department as a whole, and includes, you're right, capital and operational costs all within that same line. In the future, we can try to break that out more because of the scope of their work that they do that's more capital related, like you can see in parks and public works
Right.
as well.
And so I've just been kind of looking at a running total, because I know where we've obviously dedicated more positions and allocated more positions during the year because of the growth in services. And certainly I knew that with yours, with Forest Health being added. And so I was just trying to look at, what's the baseline of operating costs and where are we allocating that? So anyway, thank you for that clarification. And you're right, it isn't capital in the sense of a capital acquisition or project, but treating our forest is part of our infrastructure, so we've got to keep up on it, and it's a very big cost, so.
Yeah, I think the thing I would add just is, there's going to be some what looks like volatility almost in the budget, just because, we budget for an optimistic amount of work. So, to put it in terms of acres treated, we hope to treat 2,000 acres this year. And then, for a variety of reasons, we treat 500 acres, and then the mosquito fire happens and we're shut down for the rest of the summer. And so, we had a budget that would allow us to treat 2,000, I'm just using rough numbers, obviously, but, we budget 2,000 acres worth of treatments, we treat 500, and so we have this big amount of unexpended funds that then rolls over into the next year, and it just makes it look really inconsistent.
Right. And then we had the land tender contracts. So, I know that there's been variances there, but anyway, was trying to make sure I was thinking it through clearly, especially as we look at the supplemental requests for all the various departments. Okay. Thanks, Josh, and thanks, Carrie, and thanks, team.
Thank you. Supervisor Linden.
Josh, when it comes to the ag-urban interface, are there other rural suburban counties that we, I guess, have looked to for best practices or things that they're doing that are successful when it comes to really outreach and education for the community that's moving in?
Yeah, it's a statewide issue, certainly. Anywhere that has significant growth, and Placer County is one of the faster growing counties in the state, but there are other fast-growing counties as well. And I think, so that the issue is not unique to Placer County, to your point. I think a lot of statewide focus is on kind of the farm worker population and protecting the farm worker population. Placer County is a little bit different in that our crops are not extremely labor intensive like a lot of the hand harvested fruits and vegetable type crops. And so that's a little bit of a different dynamic. But as far as houses bumping into farmland, the state's put on a variety of trainings, and there are best practices out there that we absolutely follow. I think the communication piece is the one that's still, it is the hot topic at the state level. It's under development, and it's a big technological challenge. As you may be aware, the state's not great at timely development of new technology, and so in the meantime, I think us thinking about how we can communicate with our citizens in the more near term until the state comes out with some of those technological solutions is really important. In this case, I was really pleased that one of the Roseville City Council members reached out to me, knew how to get a hold of me, knew that I was the right person, put this resident in touch with me, and then we took it from there. But I think for the future, I will say, the Zon gun issue, which is another big one, where the noise making devices to scare the birds out of the field so they don't wipe out the crop. We were able to be a little more proactive this year. We've learned our lesson over the last couple years. So as soon as I heard those things were being deployed, got in touch with our PIO's office. We put out kind of a proactive little social media blitz around them. Didn't get any calls this year, unlike the last couple of years where we had quite a bit of concern over them. And so I think it was a little more successful to just get out in front of that. And I think in the same way, pesticide applications, I'm a little more reluctant to just broadcast like, hey, they're going to be spraying next door to you, tomorrow. And, because that's not necessarily, while we don't want to be secretive about it at the same time, causing undue alarm, I want to be a little bit more careful about that.
Okay, and then my other question was when you mentioned, I think it was in your objectives and performance measures, about severe weather and impacts that has on private residents. And I know we lost 12 oak trees during the series of storms, and they weren't little baby oak trees. And thankfully I have a husband who is in great shape and can cut those things down, or cut them up. But for our older population who might live on property, are there any programs that are available for people like that who may benefit from someone coming in and helping them clear some of that?
Yeah, so this is getting it a little bit outside of, my current, I would a little bit defer to CEDRA and the Defensible Space Team as well. I believe there is a senior and low income assistance program within CEDRA's Defensible Space Team. And so that's not really,
okay.
I'm not 100% up
till
to
David
speed on
comes
that,
up.
so that might be a better question for David when he's here.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty, I see no more questions, so good job, Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks for your expanded role. Now, seeing all the players moving in for the Community Development Resource Agency, we'll turn this over to the Director, David Kwan.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. David Kwong, your CEDRA Director. I brought a big team here today. I want to first start out by saying I've been here almost a year, starting in the beginning of June of last year, and I knew what I was getting into, but definitely I jumped into a place where there is absolutely, as you've been hearing the last 2 days, unprecedented growth, and it's actually both in West and East Placer. The things in East Placer take a little bit longer because they take a little bit more work, but it's still a lot of work overall, and it's going on both sides. While that's all occurring, at the same time, we've had a lot of promotions out of our department and into elsewhere, so I basically have almost an entirely new executive team. Thank goodness I still have Tim and Greg McKenzie, Tim Wagner and Greg McKenzie who are still there at CEDRA to help keep things afloat. So now I have a new executive team for the most part. Crystal Jacobson is our new assistant director. Casey High is one of my senior managers who helped prepare this budget with Michelle Kingsbury, who's the new deputy director of Community Development Services. And then, of course, Chris Bahuli is our new planning director, and we have a number of senior managers as well. So, in part also, I've also lost, Rebecca Tabor to Public Works, so my loss is Ken's gain, but still absolutely from the county standpoint, county's gain still. And so we just have a lot of new folks, but it's also provided me an opportunity to go through what I'm going to present to you. So these are our cost centers, what I'm going to go into first. And as you can see, we have provided a number of different functions from planning services to building services, engineering services, And of course, as part of planning, code enforcement and the housing services, which will be at the board's direction and action at the beginning of this fiscal year, will be moved over to the CEO's office. I also want to take a moment at this point to, again, just point out Casey as my new Administrative Fiscal Operations Manager, working with Michelle in terms of preparing this budget. But I also want to thank absolutely to the budget team and their support in working with on this. So there's a lot of people overall in Cedar who help make things happen. And I would say from the standpoint of most of the folks, I should say all the folks actually, have really been very strong in their efforts throughout. So I want to make sure I thank the staff, from line staff all the way up to the managers, in terms of the work that's been done for Cedra in my last 10 months with Cedra here at the county. I also want to thank Jane, because I think from my standpoint, when I came to the county in June, I started doing my own personal assessment of the agency, and working with Jane's office and staff, and absolutely also with the board support in October. You really presented me an option of moving forward with 25 new positions, net new positions. What you'll see today going forward in the next fiscal year with your hopefully approval is basically a net new 12 positions to add to the functions of this particular agency. One of the thoughts from the board was to be careful, be measured in your approach on how fast you hired. So I'm taking that into account as we move forward into the next budget year, and I'm saving the other 12, or basically 12 or 13 for the following fiscal year, depending on how growth goes. So let me continue on with some accomplishments. We have, I'm going to add to this too, the staff has been able to update the STR ordinance and issue 3,200 STR permits. That's a huge success. Some of the actual construction projects include base-to-base gondola as well, in terms of connecting Alpine Meadows to Palisades Tahoe. And then I want to focus on, just before the third bullet, we've actually issued about annually 8,000 building permits. And that's probably more than what I've seen in the year before. I think it was around 6,000 something is my recollection. But it's progressively getting higher. In 2021, we actually issued 468 single-family home permits in all of Placer County. In 2022, we issued 807 homes, single-family homes, because of the growth in West Placer. And then in 2023, I am estimating that will probably be about 600 homes by the end of June. And then in 2024, we're based upon the subdivisions that we have in process, will probably be around 800 homes or so, keeping a pretty high pace. Now, what we have going on right now is 44 development and infrastructure projects. That's various subdivision maps, improvement type of plans going through the process. That amounts to about 4,200 something lots in the pipeline. And it takes typically 2 to 2.5 years to plan, design, and construct that improvement. So what you've seen is in 2021, an increase in homes because the construction of the improvements, public infrastructure is going in, and that's why you saw so much in 2022. We have still enough in the pipeline that we're probably going to hit 600 still in this year for single-family homes because of the pipeline for infrastructure projects going on. And as a result, it's a little lower because there's some reservation, I think, on the building community at this point because of the market rate, the market and the interest rates and things like that. But this is a long-term game. It is a marathon for them. We have specific plans that will be between 10 to 20 years in terms of build-out. So we should be ready and continue to be ready for at least 800 homes per year, if not more, along the lines of what Roseville is seeing. So to continue with some of the accomplishments, We recorded at least 240 residential lots and maps just in the last, to add to that pipeline, and several of which are in the Tahoe area, reflecting Schaefer's Mill as part of the Homewood Mountain Resort. And then also to not forget that we've also got the PCCP, where they've acquired over 1,400 acres of open space and ag land in the last year, and you can see the ones that are identified on there. So some of the emerging issues is continuing to be prepared at CEDRA and probably many other departments in terms of what those 44 subdivision improvement plans type of projects are going on right now, just for the short term in terms of the pipeline. While we're trying to do that, there's still a difficulty in recruiting qualified staff and achieving the staffing levels that we really need to work on those projects. So as you see us continuing to permit and process these homes and other types of commercial projects going through the process, you're going to see all the other impacts related to, as you heard just earlier, parks and trails and other types of dedications that will be provided to the other departments for them to maintain as well. So to the extent that we're also still continuing to manage our community concerns related to tourism, specifically housing and traffic and transportation concerns in Tahoe. That's a big issue. And we have several large projects that are still going through on the east side that is actually kind of highlighting those issues today. And then, of course, establishing the appropriate funding mechanisms to sustain service levels for planned infrastructure in terms of just changing environment, development environment. And to that extent, we work on a lot of CFDs with the Treasurer's Office and bonding issues that there will be. I think you heard yesterday there are 10 CFDs in process today, and that's just a reflection of the infrastructure that is still continuing to go in. These are the objectives and performance measures, and they really range from planning items such as initiating a general plan update, to transitioning to a virtual review process, to initiating a comprehensive fee study, and updating our county's land development manual. So there's a lot of different type of activities that we're trying to complete in terms of whether it's code work or building activity or planning policy work or continuing to acquire land for the PCCP. And as it relates to our performance measures, there really is a significant amount of priorities here in terms of how we relate back to what we're shooting for on a year-over-year target. And you can see in terms of we're truly trying to make sure we get legislative actions before the board to trying to continue our process for next day business inspections and 2-week plan review cycles, really some continuing performance measures where we're just trying to really not only initiate, but continue to make sure the customer service experience is continued to be met. And of course, I'll point out there's a number 4 there where we're trying to continue to initiate and complete a general plan update process. We'll be before the board in about a month or 2 with an actual RFP request and initiating that process. There's just a whole variety and number of measures we continue to track because we have so many different functions within CEDRA. One of the things I mentioned just earlier, and you'll see in a second, we're trying to adopt a comprehensive fee study. We haven't updated some of our fees in probably over a dozen years, and we are general funded, but we are also a fee-for-service type of activity, and what we'll be wanting to do is bring you more up-to-date, accurate numbers in regard to how much it actually costs CEDRA in terms of the service that we provide. And I think that's just trying to be transparent to our stakeholders, from the mom and pops to the development community and of course to the board. One of the things that we're going to be bringing to the board really soon is a updated county land development manual, and that's another instance of really updating our development standards for underground infrastructure, working closely with our Public Works Department, and bringing that to the board where the development committee out there in terms of the large specific plan developments will be having a lot higher level of certainty in terms of how they can put in their infrastructure and cost out their improvements. Our budget, as you can see in terms of the operating expenditures, are about $36 million, and we are not requesting any capital expenditures today. This is a year-over-year kind of revenue and expense comparison, and it's typically gone up in terms of the expense, but relatively the same for the last 2 years. And our revenue has dropped a little bit, probably mostly reflecting the reduction in home sales and construction there. But as I mentioned earlier, I think it's still going to hit 600 this year. The variances for what the chart includes is a $2.7 million increase in salaries and employee benefits, a $3.2 million decrease in professional and special services, particularly driven by the PCC cost center. As the board might recall, there's a one-time expense for credit purchases. A $2.5 million decrease in operating transfers, driven by, again, the PCCP in terms of cost center. And then scheduled for also Q1 of this coming year is the transfer, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the housing division over to the CEO's office. So looking at the last 3 years and the proposed fiscal year, we have that net increase of 12 positions that with the board support again, and thank you again to board and Jane for that. We are trying to recruit. I should mention at this point, when I started, I think in July 1st of 2022, we were probably the department with the highest vacancies. I think we had 26% vacancy, and with support from Jane and the increases, a lot of promotions have occurred to fill some of those vacancies as people have promoted, but we are still at 16%, which is pretty high today. So we'll continue to do work towards working with Jane and HR in terms of filling those vacancies, but that really is about 28 positions out of the 165 that are still vacant today. And then in terms of our supplemental requests, at this point we're asking for 2 new code enforcement vehicles, a Tahoe office reconfiguration because of extremely tight office needs out there, and then really a item to address the general liability insurance. I should mention at this point, those 2 new code enforcement vehicles are part of the 5 code enforcement officers that the board support, 5 new code enforcement positions that the board supported back in November, one of which was an admin tech, and is also a part of the overall 25 positions, inclusive of the 25. So we need these vehicles in order to really have vehicles for our code enforcement officers. So that concludes my comments, and I'm open for any questions.
Any questions, comments for our senior department? Supervisor Gore.
So no questions, but first of all, are you still having fun, David?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I think everybody is.
Okay, good. And really, thank you. And you have a great new team. I think it's been great that we've been able to promote from within. I know it's been challenging to find the people that you need, but I look around the room and I go, okay, you've got a really good team, which is terrific. And so with all the growth, I really do appreciate just your hard work. And one of the items that I noted, which I think is really important, is just how quick you're turning over plan reviews, right? Either within 2 weeks for, I think, residential, and up to 4 weeks for commercial. And I just think that's so important to get back to folks quickly on these projects, because time is money, for them as well as us. And so I really appreciate the efforts of reviewing plans and getting back to our customers, right? Because this department wouldn't really exist to the extent that it does without these folks who are developing and spending money developing in our county. So I really do appreciate the work.
Thank you. And actually, that just reminded me, if I can, I don't mean to take more time, Daniel. But we've actually started setting up a working group with the development and builders community. We do slip, and sometimes we don't make our plan checks, but we made it known that, hey, how else can we make our process a little faster? So we are continuing to work on those issues.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and ditto to your whole team that's out there. Really appreciate all the hard work and the accomplishments. You willingly took on STRs, Crystal. David, you joined the team after we went through the first couple years of that, but Tim got to deal with that, and Crystal. But I would be amiss if I didn't apologize for some of the letters that we get from Tahoe related to development projects. There's a lot of attention on those from far and wide, and we attract a lot of comments on those. And when I look at the magnitude of work that's going on in other parts of the county, I can't explain to our public up there what a difference that is compared to what we see in Western County, and just the anger and the frustration people are feeling. So I apologize for that. We're doing our best, and I think we're talking about more and more messaging out to the public to try to deal with that. But you've done a tremendous job, and I think thank you for stepping in and still smiling.
Thanks to the team. I appreciate it.
Great team.
Yes, David, I just want to thank you for the work you've done since you've come on board. What I admired about you is that you didn't come in and make changes right away. You sat back and observed what was going on within the department and made those changes as appropriate, and it's really worked out well. And I think the attitude out there is a lot better than it was prior to your coming. And so I just want to thank you and thank all the staff that does the work for you and for our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And now the county executive officer would like to start.
Just a brief note, because I know we're behind schedule. David, I was in your chair a year ago as the acting CEDAR director, and it's great to see so many familiar faces: Tim, Randall, Crystal, Greg. Sean, of course, came over to CEO, and EJ retired, but I think you've only augmented the team with the arrival of Chris and the addition of and promotion of Michelle. So great thanks to the CEDAR team. I learned a ton during my 7-month acting CEDAR director role that really is helping me inform and help prepare the county for the growth and the changing landscape in West Placer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Supervisor Landon.
Just a quick thanks to you and your team. You have been amazing and always super accessible, which I really, really appreciate, especially with this kind of new winery outreach thing that we're doing. I know it takes a lot of time and it takes bandwidth, and so I really appreciate all that you're doing and love the team that you formed, and get great positive feedback from the community as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor.
Thank you. That concludes the report. I look to the board to see, we're running a little behind. We got 3 more departments to go through, plus a wrap-up. What does this mean?
That means keep going.
I just wondered.
I'm good with a 5-minute stretch break.
A 5-minute break?
That's just me, but.
A 5-minute break would be fine.
Okay. Well, I'd say a 7-minute break.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Well, I think we'll just go ahead and start. We'll wait until, I was going to wait till the county executive officer comes back, but I know she's doing something very important. And now we'll move to our facilities department, Mr. Steve Newsom.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Newsom, Director of Facilities Management, and I'm here with Gretchen Nedved. She is our Administrative and Financial Operations Manager Extraordinaire, and we are happy to be here today, and we'll just dive right into our presentation. This is our cost center and basically our division makeup for our department. And I'll just give you a little description of each of these divisions. Our building maintenance division handles routine maintenance, requested maintenance, requested emergency responses for things like flooding, domes, and power outages, et cetera. They also handle utilities, and what I mean by that is the footprint of each department determines their percentage of their costs for building maintenance, custodial work, and utilities. So within a building, there may be a couple of different departments, and so it's allocated that way, and that's handled by our building maintenance division. As I said, we handle the custodial work as well. In addition to those items there's been a lot of things that have come up over the last couple of years. Most recently, the mobile temporary shelter. Our maintenance staff has responded very rapidly, and I'm happy that we've got such a great team out there. They've handled the fencing, signage, issues with the plumbing and so forth, getting that set up, and just ongoing challenges that have occurred out there. Also, our building maintenance division works very closely with our contractors, and every month we look at our energy use for our major buildings. So we look at trends, we look at problems, we look at opportunities to save money, to improve efficiency in our buildings, and it helps to offset any problems both mechanically with the systems or upcoming issues with those. And to that end, we also are very focused and determined to get our county to a net zero status for our electrical usage. And as you're aware, our new HHS building will be our first building that is fully designed and will be a net zero building. And that one will be net zero energy because it does not use any gas. It's all electric. So that's an accomplishment that we're very proud of. Also during COVID, if you recall, the requests for plexiglass screens, for signage, for deep cleaning, and for upgraded HVAC filtration. So that was all our maintenance team, and so I'm very happy to kind of brag about them. Our museums division, also a unique and very diverse group of people that do a lot of things very outwardly facing to the county, especially during the COVID lockdowns, if you will. People were wanting to have some research done. They were wanting to find out things, whether it was family ties, it was history of an area, of building, of artifacts, what have you. And our staff really stepped up to handle that. They also receive artifacts from time to time from the public who may have something that is pertinent or relevant to the history of our county. They receive it, they do preservation of those artifacts, and then of course they operate our museums, they do research, they conduct year-round events and tours, and there's a strong connection with our school districts, of course, where they come and have visits, field trips, and whatnot throughout the year. Our real estate services division, they handle our leases, whether we are a tenant or if we're a landlord, and purchase and sale agreements, whether it's land, it's buildings, what have you, and there's been a number of those over the last several years that they've been involved with. They also help with land agreements. So if we are doing a project with another entity like the state has some very demanding requirements of the either the possession or the easements and what have you, and so our Real Estate Services Division handles that. Our Capital Improvements Division is we've never been busier, and I in my mid-year update to you a couple of months ago, I indicated that and went through a number of the projects and mentioned that we have about $250 million of projects anywhere from planning to construction right now, which is just a nonstop frenzy of work. So we're very, very happy that we have such talented people on our teams in our different divisions. So accomplishments, there's two things that I consider our department focused on. One is the quality of life of the people who are housed in our buildings or visit our buildings. So to that end, if we can improve that, and as you'll see as the HHS building opens, you'll see the tremendous amount of natural light, the improved air filtration, the acoustic control throughout that building. It will be a very high-performing building, not just in the energy department. The other thing besides quality of life is financial stewardship. And I mentioned the desire to become a net zero county as it relates to electrical usage. But we also are balancing every decision that we make on what is the most prudent, best value type of decision. So with that said, our recent accomplishments, as you all are aware, the two projects that broke ground down at the Santucci Justice Center, we awarded the design build contracts for both the 45-bed mental health facility and the 120-bed vocational training facility. Both of those facilities are projects that we've been working on for like 7 years now, and now we're at the tail end and we're just beginning construction, which seems strange. But two fantastic projects as far as helping those who are in great need of it. The Tier 1 infrastructure project, this is under construction now, as you're all aware, with all the road closures that we're experiencing. This is bringing 80-year-old infrastructure, underground piping, et cetera, up to today's standards, and our water lines ultimately we are the purveyor right now of our water lines, but ultimately those would then be turned over to PCWA. Another thing that we will benefit from with that is that there's a tremendous amount of leakage underground. The water that we buy that's already treated, that we're paying for it, and there's just so much deterioration of our piping. We fix a leak, and the increase in pressure from the fixed leak then triggers another leak elsewhere. So we'll be happy when that project is done. And then some of the other things that are just kind of ending of their lifespan, the Bernhard Museum HVAC, that's one of our busiest museums that we have, which is visited every year by schools. So the improvements in the temperature control there and energy efficiency will be received well. Roof replacements, 1000 Sunset, the Auburn Library, and then our building, the Facilities Management Building. And these are projects that the existing roofs were, at the end of their life, and a roof that works 99% of the time is a total failure. So that's one of the things that we focus on heavily. And then lastly, the Lotus Center opening. This is a remodel project down at Kirby Hills. And this was a great success, I think, for HHS because it's another ability for us to have outreach and assistance for those who need it. It's treatment for people in a mental health crisis. It offers counseling and even a short-term stay there. So those are areas that we are very proud of over the last year. And along with that, of course, there's the challenges. One of them is cost escalation, which many of you are very focused on because of some of the bids that have come in on the projects that we're working on. And so typically the cost escalation issues occur when, depending on the type of delivery method that we use. And so we try to use the most appropriate delivery method, whether we design the project, then bid it, then build it, or we hire a design-build contractor. And there's requirements that restrict you from doing one or the other. So, but our focus to work on that in a greater level is when we have a project that's a remodel, when we're going into an existing building, we're going to do much more in-depth investigation, including like destructive investigation, opening walls, floors, ceilings, that sort of thing, so that we can just offset any of the unknowns that we would normally be up against, and with the cost increases, they're devastating. Construction scheduling challenges with our primary utility provider. I won't say who that is, but one thing that we've done to deal with that, and these are very costly situations where if you cannot move forward, for instance, you're building a new HHS building, if you cannot get power to that building, permanent power, then you can't move forward with a lot of the other construction aspects of it. So, but our staff has done a great job with reaching out to the right people, improving and developing relationships with them, and really just kind of just fostering a good environment of cooperation, and that's actually shown some good results. And then maintaining our current facility condition index on existing facilities in an inflationary environment. As you all know, our allowance, if you will, for doing building maintenance has stayed the same for many, many years, whereas escalation has gone up dramatically. And now I know that there's the proposed infusion of a large amount of money so that we can basically catch up with a lot of the things that we have not been able to do. And we greatly appreciate that. Our biggest challenge there will be the staffing in order to accomplish that work. So like everyone else, staffing is a significant challenge as we move forward. Okay, our objectives and performance measures. Along the lines of what I've just talked about is maintaining our FCI. Our goal is to be in the good condition category. We're in the fair condition category right now. And then our service level agreements, meaning that when a work order is initiated, our response to that and getting the work accomplished is improving that turnaround time is a goal. Implementing, of course, the 5-year capital improvement plan, which is across the county, and we're making great strides with that at the PCGC campus, as well as in the Tahoe area with the 2 major projects there, Burton Creek and Dollar Creek. And then maintaining our accounts receivable for county leases where we are the landlord and we have tenants, and over the years it's been challenging to have people consistently pay what they are required to pay for their lease agreement. So it's an ongoing challenge. At this point, I will turn it over to Gretchen to talk dollars and cents.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Gretchen.
Wanted to break down our operating expenditure budget a little bit. We have, as Steve alluded to, several divisions. We have about $2.3 million in museums, $19.6 million for building maintenance, $2.4 million for real estate, and $1.5 million for our administration division. And that makes up our operating expenditures, which over time has been pretty steady. Certainly the cost of doing business has increased expenditures, but our revenues, some are general funded divisions, some have some fees or other revenues from other agencies, but they've been pretty stable year over year. The capital expenditures budget of $99 million is made up of just shy of $5 million in the staff and supplies and materials necessary to perform capital projects. And then the difference of $94 million would be the capital project costs themselves, whether it be contracts or materials to get the projects completed. This is year-over-year deviations shown on this chart are predominantly associated with our capital projects fund. Again, the operating expenses have been stable year over year, and the capital projects shown here are what really show how, depending on what projects we're working on, and the start and stop of when projects come and go can influence our display here on the chart. So what you're seeing is kind of an eye-popping fiscal year 21-22 where our revenues dramatically outpace expenditures, but that is due to receiving the $75 million bond for the HHS Center project. We had to, for accounting purposes, recognize that bond revenue in advance of expending the costs. And that's why it looks pretty dramatic on the slide, and then we start to catch up in the current fiscal year 22-23 with our expenditures getting closer to revenues. The other factor here is that we do have the carryover fund balance that isn't shown here, and that makes up the difference where expenditures and revenues may also differ year over year. Okay. And then for the current budget development year that we're working on, fiscal year 23-24, mainly high level, we have three things going on in our budget submission. We have a $42 million decrease overall in capital projects, and that's due to the HHS project and the PCGC Tier 1. They're going to be in their final year of costs, and so most of the costs for those projects will have already occurred, so that is a decrease in our expenses. But then we also have an increase of the $5 million new general fund contribution that we are getting, as Steve mentioned, to catch up on our deferred building maintenance for building systems. And then on the revenue side, again, it's the decrease. $62 million is the net decrease year over year, but that's mostly because of the bond revenue that I mentioned earlier. I'll pass it back to Steve.
Thank you. As you can see here, we are steady with our staffing at 73, but we do have a supplemental request, which will go to the next page. And that includes a curator for the Fruitvale Museum, which is our newest museum. And this has come up actually as staff are spread pretty thin. And if someone is sick or if they're committed to another task, we had an instance here where our museum's administrator had to go and staff the museum because there was not another person available to do it. So we'd like to have a little more consistency and have a curator for that museum. And then the second item here is some planning funding for relocating basically all the functions down here at Fulweiler, the domes and the annex, relocation to the PCGC campus. And so this request is for the planning efforts that will be informed by the EPS study as well as the master plan itself. So With that, any questions?
Any questions for Steve? Supervisor Gustafson?
Hi, thank you, Steve, and great job to your team with a whole lot of projects. Relative to contributions to the ongoing maintenance of our buildings, and I look at Daniel's team as well, do our departments pay in for maintenance of their facilities, say those that collect revenues? So Cedra, for instance.
Right.
Is collecting, is a portion, I know we're not even covering the operating, their probably operating costs, but are they
Yeah.
collecting anything in their fees to cover at overhead and admin?
Well, I'll turn that over
Or-
to Gretchen
or-
as far as the actual fee collection that relates to that, but it is part of their
I didn't mean overhead and
budget.
admin, by the way, I meant facility replacement, sorry.
So our building system replacements that you're referring to, oftentimes we get general fund to cover those and departments don't pay into them. However, on the depreciation side of the house, after we capitalize the improvement, it rolls into the cost plan and the departments will pay a share of their depreciation of the asset. Typically goes back to general fund for redistribution for new assets down the road.
Okay, so carpet replacement, or those bigger capital projects within departments, or earlier we were talking about the libraries and the need for matching funds for the Auburn Library project, but they've been under budget for the last few years, and the library fund is a dedicated source of funding where we have to use that for libraries. And I'm just trying to make sure that you get the budget you need to take care of these facilities and don't always have to come back for general fund if the department has some source of funding. So I guess that's,
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor.
that's
And-
kind of where I'm trying to head here.
Yeah, let me pitch in on that one a little bit. So Gretchen was correct. So through the depreciation charge, the departments pay back in, that comes back into the general fund
Right.
capital program and gets redistributed back to facilities, in most cases, part of the $4.5 million annual contribution for major maintenance projects. In the last couple of years, we've been functioning in a new direction to try to have some of these departments, like library, public safety fund, sheriff's department, and DA primarily, help fund some of these one-time project costs as well. So think SB 863 and 844. We relied on significant fund balances from the sheriff's department to fund that increased cost factor.
Right.
We've also this year working on a remodel or for the district attorney, and utilizing fund balance that's in the public safety fund to fund that project as well. So to your point, having them not come back and ask for additional general fund in a department that's already receiving general fund, and relying on their accrued fund balances for some of these one-time project costs.
Right, and it's not just general funds, some have proprietary funds. And those definitely, as they save those, could be reinvested in their facilities. But overall,
Right.
we don't have an index for increased maintenance cost for your department, is what you're telling us. As we look at facilities and the cost escalation, you haven't
Right.
seen that same level of cost escalation in providing the maintenance for facilities?
Oh, yes, we have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
I thought you said it remained kind of flat.
the allowance that we've received to do the ongoing maintenance has remained flat.
Okay.
And we've analyzed what the need would be in order to get the FCI where it should be and maintain it. And we did that a couple of years ago, and it was like $7 million a year. Now, it's more complex than that, I think, because in some cases, for instance, with the HHS building, we're going to have a brand-new building. So it's going to basically have, $0 need to get it in a high level of status. But we will eliminate other buildings that are old and decrepit, that drag down our facility condition index. So it's a little complex that way. But, and what Daniel was talking about, some of these things where the departments are contributing, these are bigger projects than just the ongoing maintenance.
Okay.
So that's where it goes beyond those kind of annual requests for maintenance work, or the routine kind of run to failure, something's broken and we need to replace it. So those are funded differently, if you will.
Well, the run to failure is very evident as we toured the Burton Creek Sheriff's Substation.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
So the run to failure model is not one of my favorites, so I would like to see us banking those funds, even from year one, on a big new $90 million facility. If you're not setting aside planned expenditures at 5, 10, 20 years out,
right,
you're fooling the taxpayers, and and so we need to be aware of where we're at in that index. And yeah, we might not get to 7 million,
right,
but we should be investing in those properties to keep them up, so we don't end up in situations like we sit in here today.
right, absolutely. And that's another reason why we focus very heavily on energy efficiency.
Right.
So if we're not having to pay high utility bills, that makes more money available for those needs.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor, I'd just add to that if you recall back to the November workshop, we asked your board to do two things related to facilities. One was allocate the additional $5 million to catch up on some of these run-to-fail issues, but also allocate $27 million of excess revenue from last year's budget into the capital reserve. So we would anticipate bringing something like that forward every year for the board's consideration as we do exactly what you're suggesting in managing the current inventory of buildings and then the future replacements of those. So.
Great, thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you, Steve. I see no more questions. Thank you for the hard work and the challenges that you overcome over the last couple of years. So we really admire your work and your team.
Thank you. Yeah, our team is stellar, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're now moving to the Department of Public Works, and it's Mr. Ken Graham.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Ken Graham with the Department of Public Works, and joining me today, we've got Becky Correa. She's our administrative manager over all of our finances, as well as some of our key managers. All our deputies, our assistant director behind us, in case there's any difficult questions that come up, that we can answer those, hopefully on the spot. So let me take this away. And so we're here to talk about Public Works. And we'll start just a little bit about the organization, our cost centers. We have a host of different budgets in the way we do our cost accounting, but really focused on transportation, environmental utilities, transit, fleet, and then stormwater quality and floodplain management. So they're broken down in these different areas, host of budgets. So let's start by talking a little bit about the accomplishments from last year. In fact, last year when I came here to the budget hearing, we talked a lot about the emerging issue, which is continuing to be emerging issues, are these huge projects we have to undertake and the partnerships that are going to be required to make those work. In fact, no one should be able to have to take on these individual projects because they do have such regional benefit associated with them. And so we do have, this past year, your board approved a funding agreement with the United Auburn Indian Community for funding of the first phase of the Placer Parkway, $80 million first phase of that project. In addition to that, we also got approval, and your board approved also, an agency reimbursement agreement. So as we are advance funding with the tribe this important project, that money's going to come back over time with an interest-like payment. The cost escalation factor is a part of that, paying us back over time. In addition to that, Sunset Sewer Extension, your board just a couple weeks ago approved a funding reimbursement agreement with GenCal, or the folks in Placer 1, to extend sewer service up from the city of Roseville into the Sunset Industrial, or the Sunset area, both a trunk line up Fitterment Road as well as one going up, roughly up Foothills Boulevard. With the City of Lincoln, we formed a new joint power authority called the Lincoln SMD Wastewater Authority, or LISWA. And so that is us teaming up with the City of Lincoln to provide wastewater treatment services for roughly the North Auburn area all the way down through Lincoln with treatment services. And then finally, Baseline Road. There is a need for Baseline Road to be widened in the future. We've been working with Sutter County as well as the City of Roseville to how do we jointly do that together. Your board approved an agreement last year for the first phase of the design of the removal of the stop signs along Baseline Road and to convert 3 of the 4 to traffic signals, and then the last one will just pull the stop sign and allow traffic to move freely through that area. So we are in design right now. Once we get that design completed, we'll have to form another agreement to agree to how we're going to pay for the construction of that project, and eventually, hopefully, how we're going to fund the actual widening of the project all the way to Highway 9970. We are also at the same time working with both our partners about a regional fee program out there so that we can begin raising the money that's going to be needed to do that project over time. Secondly, we talked about this last year too, a little bit about winter storm response. We had a big winter last year and it had to do with tree fall and everything else going on. This year, it's about snowfall, just the sheer depth and breadth of what that snow came down this past year. Last time I looked last week, we were well over 700 inches of snow. The average is 262 inches of snow at that one location. So we had 60 feet of snow in one location over the course of a winter. That's probably a 4 or 5 story building, one spot. So a lot of snow. I think everybody up there is ready for spring to come. I know our people are tired and ready for spring to come, but it was a large effort. Our road maintenance folks are definitely the tip of the spear in providing that service, but our mechanics who are out there in the field or in the shop doing the repairs to keep that equipment running. When you're running equipment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it breaks down frequently and often and has to be fixed. And so they were out there. I think you see the photo here of our transit drivers who are having to chain up in very difficult conditions, making sure they can get people safely where we need to go. So it's not just about road maintenance, but it was a huge effort to keep people as mobile as they could with all what was happening. And in fact, we're going to start seeing, as spring comes, the spring thaw, and we have our own version of spring break, is when spring comes and the pavements start breaking up because of all that snow that fell. That's going to start occurring. We're already seeing it. We're already trying to strategize. That's right.
Broke up a while ago.
Yep. So that's
why we scheduled you late, Ken, to make sure that Matt Randall could come down the hill and join us.
That's right. So we are strategizing about that's the next step. We're going to go out of snow removal, and now it's going to be how do we get those potholes repaired, both first temporarily and then eventually permanently. And a host of, and your board will be considering contracts this year for resurfacing roads, a lot of those up in the Tahoe area. And then I added this one just because it's a fun one for us. The Truckee River Hazardous Bridge Abatement Project. First off, hats off to Community Development and County Council who led the efforts. In literally 2 to 3 weeks, got what we needed in order for us to remove this bridge. That middle photo there shows what the bridge looked like. And if you know that portion of the Truckee River, thousands of people raft through that area. We've got pieces of this bridge. It was a private bridge. Make sure that's known. It was not a county bridge. It was a private bridge falling apart. And you can see very quickly with community development taking the lead, got it approved to be removed. Our people got an emergency contract and oversaw the removal, making sure that we were able to remove it without anything going into the river. Picture on the left shows the removal actually occurring. And then on the right, you can see what happened at the end. It's all out and gone, except for those center piers. And then finally on the accomplishments, I want to talk a little bit about microtransit, particularly at this point in South Placer or West Placer. We've had a program of microtransit in East Placer for a couple of years under a pilot program that I think is going to go on. It's led to significant increases in ridership. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. But with the city of Roseville, we have just released now a app-based microtransit-like service in the South Placer area. For those areas that are served by our current dial-a-ride, people can now use the app to access that service where they couldn't before. So emerging issues and priorities. We talked last year about partnerships and financing large projects. We're going to continue talking about that. That were some of the accomplishments, but they're not all done yet either, and so this is going to continue on. So we have many large infrastructure projects that are going to take a whole bunch of people to make those happen. Here we've named a few. There's the actual construction of the Placer Parkway, the Sunset Sewer Extension. We talked about those previously, but the next wave of those that are in the project development, the Watt Avenue Bridge replacement, Baseline Road widening, Cabin Creek Biomass Facility, the Lincoln Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion, Fanny Bridge replacement, as well as the Sunset Boulevard overcrossing. Those are just some, and there's more that are even in that next wave we'll be talking about here in a few minutes also. They're all going to take agreements. We're not going to be able to do it on our own. These are all, the cheapest project up there exceeds $10 million. And some of them are in the $80 million. So there's a wide range, but they're huge investments. I've heard some of the other department heads talk a little bit about employee recruitment and retention today. That does continue to be an issue even for us. Labor market is tight. We're going to work through the issue the best we can. I give a couple of examples. So in TART, to run our full service, we need 28 drivers. That's to provide the full service all the time. We have about 13 today. We just can't run all the services we need to run. We just can't. So we piece together what we can to the best of our ability. Your board did approve some increases in pay and compensation for bus drivers just a couple months ago. We're getting a few more people through the cycle. Unfortunately, we're also losing some people. Housing up there is very difficult. Even our longtime drivers get sick of living in a one room of a multi-room place. It is just very difficult to find housing up there. So that will continue to be an issue. But it's not just in bus drivers, it's not just in Tahoe. In our engineering group, the one we talk about a lot of these projects we're doing, they've got 7, we typically, or we're meant to have 7 engineers doing those projects. Today we have 2. The good news is, for most of them, they got promotions to be somewhere else, either within the organization or maybe somewhere else. But it's left us difficult in order to keep pursuing these projects. And so we're working on that, but that's going to be an issue, making sure we can attract high-quality people, train them, and keep them here. And the good news is most of the people that even were with us just happen to be in another position in another place in the county. So that's I guess I'll call that a net positive. It still stings a little bit. Talk a little bit about project delivery goals for this year. Again, those big projects, Placer Parkway. We intend to begin construction on that next summer. It's all just dependent on getting the right-of-way and getting the utilities to get out of the way so that our construction crews can get on in there and get that work done. Sunset Sewer Extension, we're actually going to begin that this summer. I believe the first phase may be bidding right now, or if not, it's imminent. So you'll be seeing that work starting to occur. Fanny Bridge at Tahoe Y replacement. Begin construction of spring of 2024. Central Federal Lands, for the Federal Highway Administration, is taking the lead on that project. We're providing some of the funding. Important to note, this is just the replacement of actual Fanny Bridge, as well as the Y being installing a roundabout there at the Y. We have another project that isn't part of this because of funding at this point. We hope to do it soon, and that is the complete street portion of the project, which is from Fanny Bridge roughly down to Grand Labakan. Baseline road traffic signals, talked about that a moment ago in the agreements we have with Sutter and the city of Roseville. We intend, again, just subject to getting the utilities out of the way, to begin construction on that project next year also. And then we've got some things, the next wave of things that need to be occurring here at the county. We have a study going on right now, we're procuring the engineering firm to help us do the study. State Route 267 and 89 transit priority lane, or corridor plans. Your board approved the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan a few years ago, where we set out the framework for how we think we're going to be moving people in the Tahoe area over time. One of the big pieces, along with parking, was this idea of creating another lane, a reversible lane, just for transit on the 89 and 267 corridors, with possibly some real good side benefits. We're hoping, and part of the study will also look at how that might be able to help emergency service providers, particularly in an evacuation where they have one more option available to them for how they may move people around, particularly in an emergency situation. And then last, I want to talk a little bit electrification of the fleet. Definitely a hot item these days. There are rules in effect that as far as transit is concerned, in 2026, 25% of all our orders need to be electric buses. In 2029, 100% of our orders have to be. And by 2040, it'll all be electric. Your board has approved some contracts in the recent meetings to get the electrical infrastructure so we can supply these buses. But there's still a question, is the technology there for us to go that quickly? We're going to find out, but we're going to be starting to get some electric buses and putting in orders here very soon. A little more scary is what about the rest of the fleet, because there is this push for electrification. There are no final rules yet. There are final rules being bandied about out there, and right now they're talking that possibly as early as 2024 that we will need to start replacing all of our order, or a portion of all of our orders will need to be electric vehicles. One thing with cars, that technology is pretty far along, but they're also talking about heavy equipment and being able to do what we need to do and make it work long enough during the day, because we can't go refill at lunchtime or whatever the case may be. So that's going to be an issue we'll be talking out more. Right now, they're in the rulemaking stage of that, but they have promulgated some rules that would basically start next year. So time will tell, and we'll be talking more about that. Which brings us into the last item I'll talk about, merging issues, equipment replacement. Your board's talked about that at length for a year or two at least now. Talking a little bit about what we do, $29 million in road equipment. That's about how much it costs for all the equipment that we have. That requires us to spend $1.8 million every year to keep that fleet where it's at. Doesn't make it newer, doesn't make it older. And there's some good news there. I think your board has directed us over time to be more proactive in that. When I started in 2002, a few years ago, rotary snowplows and snow blowers, I'll call them. When I was here, we had 2 from the 50s, most were from the 70s, and we had 2 new ones from the 90s. Our average age was just under 30 years old, which is already past the life. We usually think they last about 25 years. Since that time, today, our oldest blowers are those 2 that were the newest when I was there, but our average age now is about 15 years old, getting much closer to what I think is that half-life, kind of an ideal where things are, you have one going every year and you get a new one every year. We're getting closer to that point. So that's the good news, and that's a good news because we made a real focus on those rotary snowplows. That's going to be the basis of our general fund supplemental request we'll talk about in just a moment. Objectives and performance measures, most of ours are focused on kind of workload measures, and they're all centered, or almost all centered, on infrastructure. That's what we do, whether it's wastewater, transportation, or whatever the case may be. And I think our performance measures are much the same, again, focused on workload measures. A couple, though, I'll highlight. Transit ridership. It wasn't that long ago where we were approaching at the peak, maybe almost 1 million passengers a year. You can see that for that second to last row, transit ridership in 21-22, this is post-COVID. COVID hit us hard. We're talking half of what we were at the peak of what we did. It is on the way up. I think a large portion of that is credited to the microtransit in Tahoe, where we're getting incredible numbers of ridership. Might be showing a trend of a change in how people are traveling on transit. Time will tell, because we have also noticed we've taken big reductions in our commuter traffic down to Sacramento. I think a lot of people in Sacramento are still not back to work. And then the other one I'll mention just up here, pavement condition index. The good news here is, and it's kind of midway down there. I think we're in the 60 range, row 3. We're at 60, which is a fair number. What's great that we're seeing is it's staying steady. We're taking a lot of money basically from not Proposition 1B, and I can't remember what the exact proposition number was now, but in terms of we're getting a lot more road money that has to be spent, what we call our Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Account, RMRA, to at least keeping us even with where we're at, which is a good rather than going in a downward direction, which we were for a long period of time because the gas tax had not been adjusted between roughly early 2000s to about the mid 2010s. So that's getting better again. A little bit about budget operating versus our capital expenditures. We are into infrastructure. 2/3 of this year's budget is capital, 1/3 is our operating. In general, our operating budget's going up with inflation. It's just staying with inflation, doesn't really go up or down. The capital expenditure budget does change dramatically. We have a few large projects going on this year with Placer Parkway planning on starting up and with the Sunset Sewer extension going, where that number's a little bigger than you would normally see. And you're gonna see that reflected in the next couple of slides. It's really about how much money are we able to draw to our county, and then when are we ready to construct those improvements, which is when we spend the larger money. And so this shows the revenue expenses comparison, and I think what you can really just gather from this, it's going up because we're on this little upward trend of a lot of infrastructure being built. It'll come down again. It goes kind of up and down. That's just part of what we do. Major budget variances, the exact same idea holds true. You can see we have some major increases in our engineering services we're getting, private engineering services we're getting, but increases in revenue associated with our projects. So this is all about how many capital projects we have going on and in what stage are they in. So our funded positions, you can see they went up basically 7 going into next year. A large portion of that are our transit drivers. We used to have a lot of contract transit drivers. The state passed a new law, I believe it's AB 5 if I'm not mistaken, where the state's trying to make sure that we are using less contracted services and more county employees for things that can be done by county employees. Probably a little more sophisticated than that, but because of that, we got your board approved, I believe in February, maybe in January, approved a host of new positions to replace those contract positions. And so that brings us to the supplemental requests. We have 4. 3 of the 4 are funded by our proprietary funds. Your board has to approve those, of course, but we're not asking for anything from the general fund. First off, environmental utilities, we're asking for a staff services analyst. Based on some of the new rules that we're going under, how we used to collect delinquent billings for sewer have changed. It used to be we put it on the tax roll, and if you didn't pay, then you were going to get your house repossessed unless you paid your bill. And so, or not, you'd lose your house in a tax sale if you didn't pay your tax bill. Well, we're changing how we're doing that and setting up some new systems. We need someone to help us do that. That position will be paid out of environmental utility funds. Then we have 2 senior equipment operators that we're looking to do. When I started, roughly 1999, if you go back, road maintenance had had 99 positions. We're now about 78. Actually, over time, we've actually shrunk. Some of that is because moving some people around, but in reality, we really did shrink a little bit over that time. As we get more roads, as things are changing, we need to replace some of that, and particularly as we have the funding available to do that. We do have road funding to be able to add those 2 new people. Our intent is to put them in the Tahoe region. Reason for that, today we have 9 people in Tahoe. Whenever we have any snow to do, we have 10 zones that we plow in Tahoe. We could never even, on a regular, modest day, we had to always send people up, which created havoc with some of the other crews, always having to take people away and bring them and send them up the hill. With these 2 people, they'll have an 11-person crew. That allows 1 person in each zone, and then the supervisor to provide oversight for whatever needs to be done. And what we hope is then not put that burden on all the other groups who also have to send people up all the time. They will still be sending people up when we go to 24/7 operations, which then requires essentially us doubling the amount of people up there. But we believe it's an important first step as we grow and as our county continues to add road mileage. Right now, we're about 1,080 miles of road, but that's going to go up as we have more developments occurring, and we will be needing more people throughout our zones to take care of all that additional mileage. And then finally, the one that is a general fund request has to do with our road maintenance equipment that we talked about earlier. We budget $1.8 million a year to replace equipment. Actually, it used to be $1.5 million. Inflation has just made the same amount of equipment cost that much more. Because of what happened in the past, we always spent that money in the same year it was collected. We'd order it, get it the same year. Kind of in the area of COVID, now it's taking very few pieces get delivered in the same year. Now it takes 2, sometimes even longer, 2 years, in order to get that equipment to come in. What we found is we'd place an order, we wouldn't spend the money kind of just doesn't, kind of goes away, and we had to pay for that with future money in the current year. And so that's what's going to be happening this year. This year, we're going to spend in the next budget cycle here, 23, 24, we're going to spend $1.8 million of equipment. We can only order at this point one more piece of equipment. We're intending a motor grader, which we use for snow, we use for roads, we use for lots of different uses. Costs about $400,000 or $500,000. The other $1.3 million is going to be paid out for equipment we ordered last year or the previous year that's going to come in next year. So we're not going to be able to make $1.8 million in new orders this year, or at least not with the money that we have budgeted. And so one thing we are requesting, one time, to do $1.3 million to make this year whole. Our intent from here is, in the past, whenever we ordered something, the money, the order would roll over into a new fiscal year, but the revenue did not. And so our intent now is, and we've done this in Fleet for a number of years, where we will start attaching and saving the money we don't spend in one year so that we can carry it over the next year and not hurt our position as far as equipment replacement. So we can't do the first year because we are spending every dollar this year that we said we were, which was 1.5. And next year we're hoping to order 1.8 and keep on our equipment replacement plan. And so with that, we've got a host of us to help answer any questions, and we would be happy to do so.
Well, thank you, Ken. Thank you for your presentation. Supervisor Gustafson.
I just have a little question about roads. It's actually a big question. Lots of them called potholes everywhere.
Yeah.
And Matt, first off, what an incredible job this winter. And you and your team, I know you took a lot of heat from a lot of people, but you got that, you kept our roads open, even if they weren't as wide as everybody wanted all at once. But, you know, it was an unbelievable year, and I've only lived up there 40 years. But now I'm reading that it really was before I was born the last year we had this kind of snow, so. And I'm not young, so. But the road repairs, what do we do on budgeting in a year like this when the county roads in some situations are just completely destroyed? I mean, you can't just go in and patch on some of these long stretches, and this was not anticipated, so.
Yeah, so from a budgeting standpoint, very difficult. So first off, the process. We need to fill potholes quickly, and a lot of times temporarily, because right now all you can do is temporarily, because of the weather conditions, a pothole, a patch you do today would not hold. It's a temporary
The
fix.
joke up there is if you're going straight, you probably are drunk because you're not reacting to the.
Going around them.
So, just saying, that's what the joke is around town.
So the summer, I mean, those same people that are plowing snow during the winter are now, all summer, are going to be filling potholes. That is what they're going to be doing. Their time is kind of budgeted for already. So then it's a matter of, are we going to supplement it with perhaps private contractors? And we have to still buy the material to make it work. Just like we didn't say, you know, when we overran how much we thought we were going to spend on snow removal this year, we still got it done and we figured it out. And we'll figure out how the money works. I can't say that it's going to be as quick as everybody wants. We will be working full-time doing it. And it'll start with temporary fixes and then permanent patches.
Well, and it's already started. You've already been underway. I understand that, and I just want to make sure that we give you the resources to get these before they deteriorate further.
Absolutely.
And if, it's really bad. You know this. There's some areas that are just almost down to dirt again. They've just disintegrated so much. So, or down to base. I shouldn't say dirt. So with that, let us know what you need. I mean, I think that the community, we need to look at how we expedite some longer term repairs. I hate to spend the money on temporary fixes. That just prolongs what we're going to ultimately need to do there and make it worse. The second question. So amongst all the big, huge projects you have going on, there's little projects that I hear about. And last night I was in Meadow Vista, and that sidewalk pedestrian project came up again. And I said I would ask you today in the budget hearing, and I said I'm going to see him tomorrow, and I'll be asking. I know that we're still maybe $1 million short on that project, I believe. And again, are those areas in which we can find a way to expedite? Because we've been talking about that for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, Meadow Vista is challenged funding more than it is about the time to work it. It's about how do we meet what the community is looking for and do it within the money that we have. We will be looking for additional fund sources. We do that, and although there's been a lot of money flowing, particularly from the federal government, not a lot for transportation, not as much as I would hope, and not as much for areas that tend to be as affluent as our county. And
it really is a complete streets project. I mean, we're talking trail improvements, pedestrian improvements. We're not really talking about additional roadway capacity in that situation.
But it is a big number. It is,
Yeah.
my recollection, it was maybe even a little over $1 million. It was a significant number we're trying to find the gap on.
Okay.
So, not just you, I bet all your board members
No, I know.
have our
I know.
own
That's-
individual
that-
ones.
I should have prefaced it with, I know there's many large projects, but then there's these small projects in all of our communities. And that particular one is an example of those that kind of fall off, and people affect their lives every single day, our existing residents. And they're like, well, when can we ever see this? So I'll talk to you further about it. It's not, how we can look at that over time and find a way to do some improvements there. That was it, other than huge kudos. And I'm sorry to focus on Matt more than everybody else. I know Will is behind you, and he's got some big challenges with our transit system. Again, it's just so sad to see us go backwards in ridership when so many people need this. Now more than ever, with the cost of fuel still being extremely high and not being able to provide those services. But Matt, what a tremendous job this winter, and your team, your crew deserve a lot of accolades.
Supervisor Landon.
I'll just save time and say I echo everything that Supervisor Gustafson said. Thank you so much to your whole team. You've been amazing, and I've been super thankful for all of you, especially this last year. Thank you.
Supervisor Jones.
Just want to make it known that my district is almost as bad as Supervisor Gustafson. I know we've been on, you guys have been extremely helpful to us. My constituents are asking for sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, gate removals, sewer hookups, and so, I mean, there's a lot of demand on your department. And a big thank you to all of you, because you're all very responsive to my constituents. And so considering that, budget constraints, hopefully nobody quits in the near future, at least not till after I get through serving a couple terms. But thank you all very much. I really, really appreciate it, and so do my constituents.
Well, Ken, thank you, and thank you for all your staff members and all the hard work you do for us. We really admire you and your leadership, and as well with your staff. Do you have any retirements imminent?
These guys have a lot of free time. No, I'm just kidding. We're good anytime.
No, isn't there one of your staff?
We do. So Will Garner, after what, 20-something years, roughly here, is retiring here at the beginning of May. And so for those that know, I mean, he has made transit in this county what it is. His collaboration with everybody, you know, people trust him. It allowed things to happen in the cities of Lincoln and Rockland that may not happen in another area because they felt comfortable dealing with Will personally. And it'll be a big loss to us.
Okay, well, congratulations, Will. I just wanted to shout you out and thank you for what you've done for us over all the years. You were here before I was, so that's been a long time. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll turn it over to the County Executive Office and Jean Christensen, County Executive Officer.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Board. To paraphrase Andy, you actually did save the best for last. Pleased to be here today with Jenna Martin, the CEO, Administrative, Fiscal, and Operations Manager, as well as our constellation of talented leaders and managers across the CEO organization. As you may know, I had the great pleasure in my previous role of working directly with a number of these divisional managers that came over in late 2018 when the prior CEO merged the Administrative Services Department into the CEO. So we have quite a few divisions. We got quite a few more with that organizational change. I will not hesitate, or I will not even attempt the acronym of all the divisions that are now part of CEO, but you see them here. Please note, this is an accounting structure of our cost centers. This is not an org chart, because certainly traditionally risk management, as well as PIO, economic development, emergency services, administration of our County Fire, Placer County Fire, as well as CAL FIRE contract, as well as finance, have traditionally been part of CEO. With the admin services transition, we added document solutions, procurement services, and revenue services, and I'm pleased that so many of them are here today to join and hear this conversation. Great team, one and all. You had the opportunity recently to hear from our risk management team, and I would hope over time all of them would have a similar opportunity to come before the board to share their story of service to the rest of the organization. In terms of accomplishments, many of you have heard my State of the County address thus far in 2023. It's a bit of a recap, so I'll try and go quickly given the hour. Certainly, our focus first and foremost has been support for the Board of Supervisors. As Supervisor and Chair Holmes often reminds me, you can't spell boss without BOS. And we certainly know that post-redistricting, your world changed significantly, and we needed to do an organizational relook to assess how we can support you in supporting your constituents and the rest of the county. We then undertook together with HR a staffing model review so that we could better align service delivery and constituent response with the significant changes resulting from the 2021 redistricting process. Since that time, we've been busy rebuilding the board staff team. I'm pleased to see Jennifer and Rose here in the audience today, who support you most directly, kicking off in January quarterly meetings with our board staff team, with great thanks to Councilor Karen Schwab and Clerk of the Board Megan Wood, as we kind of provide additional staff support to the board team that supports you. And really, in so doing, guarantee better accountability, responsiveness, and transparency for all of you to do the difficult job that you do in service to our county. Secondly, I'm glad to see Gloria Stearns here today. She certainly has been a game changer in the arena of economic development, building those partnerships with all of our cities, all of our local chambers, focused on intentional economic development to serve businesses, grow economic sectors, and we added workforce housing onto our plate simply because we know how critical workforce housing is so that the workers can find the housing to power the businesses that make our economy go. I'm delighted to welcome back Nikki Strigan, my former partner in crime in redistricting, to serve in that housing manager role. Next, certainly first and foremost, and recently before the board on March 28th, we brought forward a relook at our Office of Emergency Services and came forward with great thanks to Sheriff Wu, to CAL FIRE Placer County Fire Chief Brian Estes, and Dave Atkinson, with really pioneering a new embedded model with our public safety leaders in our Office of Emergency Services to make sure, given the emergency 24/7 that seems like it's been for the last year, that we have the support needed to support all of you, to support our neighbors, and those who have frankly been through the ringer over the last year between rains and snow and cold and all the things that you've heard about certainly these last few months. Next, shout out to Stephanie Holloway, whom I promoted to Deputy County Executive last summer, who has really been a game changer in terms of advancing our East Placer agenda when it comes to project implementation, as she shared with the board at your June meeting in Tahoe, strengthening the partnerships with all of our many partners in Eastern Placer, which she highlighted for the board in our October meeting in Tahoe, and really continuing to move the needle to achieve progress in our East Placer communities. Certainly front and center for the board and for myself and my team as well, forest health and wildfire management. I think we know we all owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to CAL FIRE Placer County Fire Brian Estes and his team, as well as Sheriff Wu, for how they conducted themselves in service to our residents during the Mosquito Fire, the largest fire in Placer County's history. We've learned a lot from that we continue to apply and will continue to put into practice in terms of improving our emergency game. Sadly, we've had a lot of practice at it. The new OES model will certainly help us continue to deliver for our residents and communities in what unfortunately has been a rather disaster-prone recent time. Next, something I've talked a lot about, particularly with all of our county departments, and you heard a bit about it over the last 2 days, what I call, for lack of a better term, getting growth right. Making sure that as we are growing as a community, particularly in West Placer, that as our community grows and those housing and businesses come online, that we as an organization are moving forward commensurately in tandem to ensure that the services, the infrastructure, and the facilities are in place to guarantee the quality of life that so many people are moving to Placer County to experience. I mentioned workforce housing. We've embedded our housing manager in economic development because clearly workforce housing is a critical ingredient to continuing to grow our economy. Nikki Strigan, as I mentioned, is now in our economic development and has really been working together with a multidisciplinary team to work with our partners in West Placer, including the cities of Rockland and Roseville, as well as the constellation of partners in Eastern Placer to try and, again, move the needle when it comes to delivering workforce housing product to continue to spur our economy. And then homelessness. You've heard a lot about that. Clearly, we have a multidisciplinary approach. You've heard from the sheriff's office. You've heard from probation. You heard from HHS. And whether it be our mobile temporary shelter effort up in our North Auburn or our regional effort in partnership with all of our cities, we are working these issues locally and regionally to try and make a difference in serving our unhoused population here in Placer County. Lastly, something that I know retired Supervisor Wygant was a big fan of was continue to promote our culture of innovation. It was here long before I arrived, but it's something that I take great pride in and continuing to promote and develop a culture of innovation here in the county, whether it be engaging with our regional partners, public-private partnerships, establishing something I'm truly proud of, the first MetroLab Consortium partnership in the country with all of our local academic partners, launching several regional initiatives, whether it be the Regional Public Safety Training Center in partnership with our local county and regional public safety partners, and the Regional Crime Lab together with Sheriff Wu and DA Morgan Geyer, continuing to foster departmental innovation is another force multiplier, much like technology, that's going to help us get the job done in the face of, a tremendously thriving county. With that, I will turn it over to Jenna to walk through the rest of our presentation, some of the objectives, some of the numbers, and of course, I'm here, as is our team, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jane, and good afternoon, Chair Holmes and members of the board. Pleased to be part of this presentation and the last half, and hopefully we can get you out of here since I know we're close to time. But feel free to stop me and ask any questions if you do, have a pause or a comment. This next section focuses on the objectives and performance measures and highlights some incredible work of the great county executive team, many of them behind us in the audience today. You will notice that both our objectives and measures closely align with all 8 critical success factors. There was some intention there as you, as the board, sets that direction for us, and we try to align our work all the way down through our goals and priorities accordingly. We have taken a balanced approach to summarize the key objectives we strive to achieve, including transparent public service delivery in support of the board's goals and policies, cost-effective services that keep pace with growth, efficient and effective internal services that draw on best practices and innovation, as Jane just highlighted, and prudent planning and resource allocation to balance our current needs with future obligations. This next section is a deeper dive into our performance measures. In addition to general county oversight, the County Executive Office maintains a diverse service portfolio with a variety of business lines, including the important internal services that Jane pointed out. The metrics on this slide before you are definitely not exhausted, as there's a lot of great work going on out there, but instead are intended to reflect a meaningful key workload driver for the noted division. On the third line down from the top, I'd actually like to draw your attention to a metric that I think will be of particular interest to both the board and the public. It notes our intention to launch a full critical success factor dashboard with metric report outs on the public website within the coming fiscal year. And we are looking forward to unveiling that for public use in the near future. You'll see that this next slide outlines our operating and capital budget breakdown. These numbers do not include special districts, as well as the budgeted carry forwards for contracts or projects that will be rolled forward in coming months. At a quick glance, services and supplies make up the majority of our expenditures at about 94%. This is due to large contributions that are made to other funds. The remaining portion of our operating is reflected as labor, and our replace their mail machine for bulk postage processing, and $15,000 is set aside for emergency services to continue to bolster our radio infrastructure. It's important to note that these amounts do not reflect the embedding of housing into economic development that Jane mentioned. We are looking to implement that with the next fiscal year after we close the books this year and initiate the new year's books. When that transition occurs, revenue is anticipated to increase by $209,000 and expenses will increase by $864,000. On this next slide, you'll notice revenue and expense trends are stable, with a $66 million increase forecasted for revenue over expenditures in fiscal year 23-24. When compared to the prior year adopted budget, this amount reflects a net increase of $10 million or 18%. The major variances driving that are related to increased property tax, and then are able to in turn support increased contributions to public safety and health and human services, as well as the reorganization of correctional services now administered by the CEO, as you heard Sheriff note early on in this presentation yesterday. Some other considerations for your board to take to whatever level your interest, where your interests lie. Based on your direction at the April 4th Board of Supervisors meeting, we did request a quote in follow-up to some of the feedback at that meeting for 2 tow-capable trucks for the Placer County Resource Conservation District. Once received, we plan to process a contract amendment, if possible, this fiscal year to actually address that as quickly as possible. And the increase will be brought back before this board for approval. Additionally, your board has expressed a keen interest in budget transparency and equity through recent governance discussions. To support your goals, we have prepared a pro rata budget share of relevant Board of Supervisors line items with breakouts by each district to facilitate tracking and streamlined financial reporting at a more detailed level to provide to each supervisor. These proposed budget amounts were compiled based on feedback from your district chief of staff and are included in the budget proposal before you today. With that, I'll pause before moving to the funded position slides in case there's comments or questions for these items.
Any comments or questions?
Okay,
I
moving
see that.
forward. You'll see our funded position snapshot in front of you. Our funded positions have increased by 11 according to this slide. However, 5 of those are reflected of the pending housing partnerships and grants reorganization that we're moving into economic development, and were transferred from CEDRA. So they're an increase to CEO, but they're not a net increase to the county. As an additional 4 positions are newly added to support other administrative reorganizations such as correctional services, contract administration, business operations support, and housing accounting support. 1 FTE was added for East Placer community engagement, and an additional 1 was added for emergency services, grant management and compliance, and then also an EOES employee is available to then also assist with disasters as needed. So to Jane's point, we're trying to bolster that to aid recovery efforts and support that team. As a department, our vacancy rate is currently hovering at about 11%, but we anticipate that dropping to closer to 5% in the next quarter as we're wrapping up some key recruitments in late spring and early summer. So that should dramatically decline soon. Okay, our supplemental requests. This slide outlines our supplemental requests for your board's consideration, including 3 permanent position requests. I'm going to go a little bit out of order and try to lump all of the position requests together. So we have a staff services analyst for risk management insurance policy oversight. As you heard at the recent risk management presentation before your board, their workload has grown tremendously, and so this position will help them manage those workload drivers and mitigate liability to the county. We have a management analyst senior for East Placer, community and government relations, to focus on that sector of the county and really engaging with the community and pushing forward messaging campaigns that might be Tahoe focused or that region focused to help get the word out to the community. We also have a staff services analyst for emergency services. This is also to support grant and disaster recovery coordination as their workload has grown quite a bit. And we also seek to support the new model of the OES with our public safety partners. Additionally, the Public Information Office is requesting an extra help student intern for increased staffing coverage to handle routine requests such as news clips and messaging projects. This will free up some of the PIAs, our public information assistants, to handle more complex assignments while keeping staffing clear, fully staffed, and keep the projects moving through for the sort of routine nature requests. For services and supplies, the Public Information Office is also requesting $6,000 for a reporter camera to enhance public communication and video messaging campaigns. They would be taking that out in the field with them. Economic Development is asking for $38,500 for Sunset Area Marketing to implement a new website and a video campaign to support our development plans in that area. They are also requesting $18,000 for training to support expanded staff learning and certifications. And then we'll conclude with emergency services. And they are also requesting some additional support, again, for the new OES multidisciplinary service model that we mentioned. So this would be $150,000 for office renovations to co-locate public safety partners within the EOC, or the Emergency Operations Center. With that, I'll conclude the CEO portion of the presentation. And just a quick shout out to everybody who joined us in the audience, the whole CEO management team, as well as my financial operations team, who helps develop this budget with all of the division managers in preparation for presenting to your board. We greatly appreciate all of the hard work over recent months, and there have been many sleepless nights. So it takes a village, as I've heard some others say earlier in the presentation. Also, a big thank you to all of you for your respective support of our department, as well as your attention during this presentation. And our team is here and available for questions if you have them.
Well, I see all your staff members, the constellation of staff members. And so I assume that you think that they are stars. Is that correct? In your
That was implied.
I thought so. I pick up stuff like that. I just wanted to let you know. So thank you for the presentation. Do we have any comments from my colleagues? Oh, ding, ding. Supervisor Gore.
Well, I'm going to ask a question. Thank you for the presentation. Great job, and a tremendous amount of work that your team has, and you've got a great team. So I really appreciate especially all the work that's gone on this past year. A question for you, Jane, in regards to the supplemental request. There's a request for additional analysts for the OES, and you had mentioned grant and disaster recovery. And we've had a couple of disasters, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity, and if it makes sense, but there are some sort of nationwide organizations that you can have on, not even retainer, but you sign up with them, and then when the disaster happens, they can actually help provide assistance for grants, et cetera. So just something to look at. I'm not saying you have to do it, but it might be an opportunity to save dollars if we get into a situation again.
No, thank you for the suggestion.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody out there. They are a team of stars, don't you think?
Yeah.
The management analyst senior for East Placer, I wanted to ask about that in particular. I had thought that was an upgrading of an existing position, not a whole new position. So I think I misunderstood that. I'm looking over your shoulder at Stephanie because she did brief me on it, but I thought it was an elevation. But my question is, if it is a new position, can I then hopefully rely on staff to help me with the various agency meetings up there? Because right now I go by myself. I don't have time to analyze all the policies, and I think more than engagement, I mean, public engagement is important, but agency relationship there are critical, and we don't have ongoing staff at all those meetings, so.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the sort of the impetus of bringing on this kind of coordinated position, not just kind of community messaging, but also this relational, intergovernmental support for, the CEO's office, for the board's office. And just to kind of recognize a lot of these meetings and committees and community meetings are going in person. So there is a huge demand on just overall presence on some of these meetings. And looking at and doing an analysis of some of the other special districts and organizations in Eastern Placer, there really is sort of an embedded community, not, a PIO in some cases, but I think from our perspective, it even spans beyond just public information. It is really more of this intergovernmental coordination and support. So absolutely.
Yeah, and with Crystal's change, I'm not sure who will be handling more of the TRPA APC meetings. CEDRA, we didn't talk about that, but for my colleagues, TRPA is a full-time packet of data that I don't have staff analysis on. Rarely do I get county, I'm digesting and trying to figure out county policy. Where do we want to be as county government within a by-state, 5-county agency. We don't have regular staff attending any of those meetings, TTD meetings, conservancy meetings. So I think it's vital that we play a critical role because those agencies are dictating what happens in Eastern Placer. And then, of course, we're trying to develop a stronger relationship with the town of Truckee, and I know you're spending a huge amount of your time doing that to look at regional collaboration on a variety of services. So I think it's important to portray it not just for, even if it is for community engagement, it frees you up then, hopefully, to be a leader. Because I look at succession planning for my seat, right? And I look out and I go, well, who at the county, at the staff level, really has that history and legacy with these agencies that dictate so much of what we do? So,
Yeah, to your point earlier, I think in one of the other department meetings, you know, we are sort of under fire in some instances from the community on, you know, telling an appropriate message of the county's role and your board priorities in Eastern Placer. And my hope is to do more of that, not just to your board, which we do quarterly, but also to have more of a touch point, a purposeful touch point with these community organizations, where they really see the level of investment from the Board of Supervisors in Eastern Placer.
Yeah, it embedded. So I think for 40, 50 years, we depended on Larry Sevison's volunteer work, which was great that Larry was willing to volunteer a tremendous amount of time, but it is a huge amount of time to serve on all these boards and have the staff support and knowledge base so we can influence the policies. It's not just being at the meetings, it's really influencing the direction they go. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Supervisor Landon.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jane and your whole team. I wish I could go through each department and say how they have impacted the community and what a great job they're doing, but I'll just kind of go to the main star and then you can distribute that. But one of the things that I really admire and respect that you have done since you started is really breaking down some of the silos between departments. And it just brings me so much joy, and I'm so proud when I talk to an elected department head or any department head who just speaks so highly of working with you and how responsive you are and how they feel they're heard, and it just it's great. And so thank you for that. And I also just want to just a special little shout out for Jennifer, because she has just done an amazing job and is always there for any support that we need in our office. And I just appreciate her help so much and excited about Rose starting as well. So, and thanks to Daniel as well for sitting in that seat for 2 days and and all the work that went into it ahead of time and all the work that's still coming. But thank you so much to you and your team as well.
Suzanne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report, Jane. Very good. But I'm curious, you have a footnote down here that says, on your first slide, it says the housing and grants and loans cost centers will be moved from CEDRA to CEO in the first quarter of FY 23-24. So I'm just curious, where's that going to go? Are all your main cost centers across the top?
I'll ask Jenna to speak to that.
Oh.
But yes, these are cost centers. This is not an org chart. And I know when I first saw it, my heart was in my throat. It's like, the board does not report to me. And was told, no, these are cost centers. This is not an org chart, so rest assured.
Yes, great question, Supervisor Jones. We have, it is a reorg, and so it's a little bit, messy. We were able to, through the systems that we use for our financial accounting and whatnot, we were able to move some of the positions now, and where our goal is to make it effective 7/1, but we need to close out the fiscal year first. So this is that embed in economic development that Jane was mentioning. So to answer your question, that is the division that the housing positions will be moving to, as well as the budgetary pieces, and we'll be truing that up in Q1 next fiscal year.
We've done a lot of work, particularly knowing that workforce housing, affordable housing is so important to the board. And we realize it doesn't all reside in any one place. I mean, that's the beauty of the multidisciplinary model. And, for my shorthand, because I tend to like alliteration, the programs are in HHS, the policy is and will remain in CEDRA, and the partnerships are what we're doing out of economic development with our cities in Eastern Placer with the many partners, our cities in West Placer, our many partners in East Placer, and then we're still doing some work on what Shauna calls Middle Earth, about trying to find the right partners to partner with there on the affordable housing front.
Great. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Chatney, did you want to have a wrap-up or anything like that? And I know you don't have a constellation of staff, but they are a pretty darn good posse. So. Wow. Wow, you can actually read it. Thank you.
That was all Daniel. No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Big letters.
Well, thank you, Board. I just want to extend my appreciation to all the departments and all the staff that have shown up over the last 2 half days here to present to you their fiscal year 23-24 budgets, and of course to my budget team behind me for all the hard work that they put in trying to consolidate all this activity for you. I had one item, a question that came up yesterday from Supervisor Gore that I just wanted to touch on real quickly. Chad Fenstermarker on my team and HR have worked together to point out that we had a 7.1% staffing growth since 2016-17. So the county staffing has grown 7.1% over that time frame. So that's just in reference to some of these conversations coming up about supplemental requests, which I'd like to spend a few minutes talking to your board about. So we have some slides here that are talking about the supplemental requests. We've also tried to print them out in a way that you might be able to read them for consideration. So we have both what we call ongoing supplemental requests and one-time requests. So staffing and labor costs generally always fall into ongoing costs, right? Because they're going to repeat year over year. So on this first slide that you're looking at, I just want to point out that with the asterisk that the request yesterday from the treasurer tax collector to reduce the budgeted salary savings should actually fall into the ongoing cost category and not as a one-time supplemental request. So I make that mention now because our current year budget projections, current year, fiscal year 22-23, will allow us to fund all the one-time supplemental requests using one-time funding sources. So on the last slide, I'll just advance here real quick, just to point out that the one-time request of general fund amounts is $2.9 million. That includes $1.3 million requested by the roads or Public Works for road equipment replacement program. So because we have one-time funding sources available for these one-time purchases, we would recommend that you direct staff to include those in the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget with that offsetting one-time revenue to cover that. And so that would essentially be everything on that first page of the of your additional packet, titled one-time supplemental requests, with the exception of that second to bottom line for treasurer tax collector.
Did you want to go on to staffing?
If you would.
The ongoing?
Yeah, so I'm going to move to staffing next.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if the pause was waiting for us or.
So on the next couple slides under ongoing supplemental requests, there are a few on here that are not directly related to personnel additions or additional allocations. One of those would be the additional training for staff from economic development, but that is an ongoing request that they want to include in their budget for 23-24 and ongoing. We would recommend adding that one and the two requests for regional forest health in there as well to support the equipment needed for staffing. And then the vehicle was already included on the previous one-time expenditure slide. So we would recommend directing staff to add those into the budget going forward.
Daniel, can you just help me out? Where I saw where on page 2 where the additional training was, where were the other two that you mentioned?
So on the third line down under regional forest health, the additional costs associated with that planner position. So if the planner position is approved, we would add this in as well.
Chair, can I ask, I'm sorry, I jumped in
Yeah, sure, go
earlier. Down, one,
Busy looking at
two,
this.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line is general liability insurance for PCCP. Shouldn't that also be in the ongoing?
So that one is, so we have a little bit of a question on that. So that's a new addition to the insurance policy, I believe, as the PCA becomes its own entity.
Okay.
So we anticipate that the PCA will have its own funding available to cover that cost. The cost was already really included in the general liability budget for the year and in the policies that we have. So it's technically already covered. This was just coming in as a request in case we didn't have the funding to cover that off the bat, so.
Okay.
But yeah. So line 3 down for the additional cost for the forest health coordinator, and then the additional training for staff is 18,000. Then finally, the recommendation that we would make for, we'll just go for staffing. 33 positions total being requested across all county budgets. None of them are currently included in the balanced working budget that we presented to you over the last 2 days. 19 of those 33 positions are within other operating funds, and we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier with talking about library and HHS positions primarily, where they have their own distinct funding sources available to cover those. So those are non-general fund requests. And we're talking about library, road, environmental utilities, health and human services, and the IT position. We would recommend that those be put into the 23-24 budget with the offsetting revenue from those distinct sources that they have.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on
Oh,
that
yeah.
one too. I have a question on it primarily because while it isn't general fund, it could impact general fund. In other words, if, and I'll take the libraries because I know we have to come up with 4.9 million to match the grant. The more that we save in staffing, the more they can contribute to that project, and we don't take from general fund. So I'm hesitant to say, yes, go forth, and say it doesn't have a general fund impact when I think it really does.
Yeah, in the current working budget for 23-24, there is sufficient existing revenue to cover those position adds, which were all coming from the library services study and the recommendation to go forward with the commitment to fund, the appropriate level of services that the department requested and the board approved. So there's currently that funding there, but you're right. If there were any savings additionally there or these positions weren't allocated, then that excess revenue could be appropriated to some other effort.
Right. Well, and I suppose I should be asking this. I didn't catch this. I didn't get fully into this with the library, but we've also talked about closing Penryn. We've already closed Applegate. And so adding 4 new positions, I know has some impact on the additional hours that they're talking about operating. So.
And I believe in the library's presentation, they focused those additional hours in the Auburn and Rockland locations.
Right. And do we have, these are more questions for the library. I can catch up with Jane later, but do we have a plan for Western, the development in Western County as to library services out there?
Well, we know that there is going to be a requirement for a new library or an additional library location in there, potentially because of all the development in West Placer.
Right.
It is anticipated to be, once identified and different things included in the CIP, the 5-year CIP, once we get it to that point in time. But this is all going to stem from the absorption rate of the projects and
Right.
the new residents. And
Yeah,
like that, so.
okay, so we didn't necessarily cover that in the library services study, nor did we approve the library services study. It was more input to us. So I just had some more questions on really making sure that when we allocate positions, because they're ongoing, and they come with pension obligations and other things, and so the others, I felt comfortable with that one. I think because we were reducing some services, I was hoping that was an offset to these additional hours by reducing at Applegate and Penryn, that we were actually potentially having more hours of service that could be used on those Sunday service afternoons that they were talking about. But again, that isn't a question now. I should have asked it earlier, so.
Well, may I add on to that, the question I have, which is, we are going to talk about this, I think, next week, about the grant for the Auburn Library, but it's a matching grant. And the amount of capital needs that we have coming towards us, that's an additional almost $5 million that we would need to take out of our capital funds in order to provide that. And so we haven't fully vetted that all out. And if there's a way to utilize some of these library funds for that, that might be an opportunity. I think that that's another consideration. Whereas we just did approve 3 additional positions in the library fund, right? I mean, in the budget before supplemental, there's 3 new positions. And do we need to just now do 4 additional, which is a total of 7 right now when we have the capital needs?
Yeah, and if it pleases the board, we can make that application into the budget. We can exclude those 4 for pending further conversation regarding the capital investments that need to occur in the near future, or that would be considered in the near future anyways. And we can bring that recommended budget back. We've implemented some practices and policies in the executive office over the last year and a half that is very responsive to growth needs for staffing, where the CEO has the authority under our county codes to approve new allocations, and then we bring those to the board with the quarterly budget updates and the quarterly allocation ordinance. So effectively, the departments can start recruiting the day that letter is signed by the executive officer, and then we just really clean up the documents at the first quarterly update. So we have the ability to be very responsive and flexible in that process. So if we'd rather not put those in at this point in time, we can follow up and treat them that way.
Well, I should have asked these questions earlier, and that's my apologies, because I'm not necessarily opposed. I'm just trying to make sure, what are we reducing, and then what do we need and gain, and make sure that I understand it, because right now I'm not, but I could easily get the answer this afternoon. So if we could just, I don't want to portray that we don't support their request, but I do want to understand that, because we heard a lot from our public that we were cutting services in Penryn, and I know they were looking at the mobile services to try to replace that as well. So I'd like to hesitate a minute. Maybe we can bring it back next week, or when we talk about the $5 million for the matching grants too.
All right. CEO has a question or a comment?
I do, briefly. Thank you, Chair. Keep in mind, the board has another bite at the apple. These are operational previews from our departments about their departmental needs. June 13th will be the proposed budget, which will embed things that the board commented favorably on today as we build the budget. And June will be an opportunity where we can balance a lot of the operational needs you've heard about yesterday and today with the capital needs and the long-term obligations needs, where it's a much more comprehensive picture of the many things that we need to balance for the county's budget for fiscal 23-24.
Perfect. Good reminder.
All right, I don't see any more comments.
We have one more set. We have the remaining 14 positions that are requesting $2.3 million of annual ongoing revenue from the general fund, and then adding in the treasurer tax collector's ask of $314,000. So that brings our total to $2.6 million. So our recommendation is based on the recommendation I'm going to make is based on a couple different aspects of this. One, we've heard the challenges over the past 2 days for recruiting positions, and the challenges that are ongoing for most departments in that arena. Couple that with the balanced working budget that we have right now. We would recommend the board defer to the CEO the ability to utilize our administrative processes to manage the addition of funding allocations, including the treasurer tax collector request. So like I mentioned earlier, the processes that we have in the administrative world are, in our Workday system, we have a new funded allocation process, the quarterly budget amendment, and the allocation ordinance updates. So as these positions are vetted, both by after HR's vetting and CEO's vetting, that we would be able to manage those position turnarounds fairly quickly to meet those needs. And that would be our recommendation at this point.
Okay.
And so I'm just going to clarify what I heard from you, Daniel, right? Like Andy Sisk shared the need for one, I think, 2 accountants, right? And a lot of that's internal audits, which is something that has to be done, and we're helping all these JPAs, right? So the idea is to allow the CEO to work with department heads, et cetera, to determine the opportunity to increase the FTEs based on whatever you just said, which I
Correct.
don't remember what it was.
Correct. Yeah, that is our current practice, that outside of the budget adoption window, that is the practice that we've implemented countywide. And it has worked very well over the couple years that we've been doing it. So that in order to maintain the balanced budget that we have and still work with the departments on their requests and their needs, that would be the recommendation that we'd make for those general fund requested positions.
Okay. Does that conclude your?
That does, and
Okay.
if would just appreciate any direction from the board on including those options into the 23-24 recommended budget that you'll see in June.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Well, I just wanted to give, my thoughts were yes, but prioritizing those, because we have a lot of different requests, and I wouldn't necessarily suggest they're all equal, right? And so I trust the CEO's office to work to help prioritize where the greatest need is, especially where we've seen this growth in demand on services, with whether it's the auditor's office, the assessor's office. We have immediate demands. Others are more aspirational, well, I shouldn't say aspirational, but may not be as urgent, I guess. And so we've got to trust our team to kind of prioritize those as funding becomes available, and we see where we're at for the year, so.
Appreciate that.
County Executive Officer, please.
I like the idea very much. Thank you, of prioritizing. I would expect that together with Daniel's team, we'll prioritize in tranches as opposed to not numbering positions 1 through 33, but there are those that are related to internal controls, as Supervisor Gore mentioned. There are those that are related to growth. There are those that are perhaps the third category, which would be the things that may or may not be included in the June budget that you see on the 13th.
Okay. So do you have enough direction? We don't have to make a motion on this. I think you.
I believe I have the direction that I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, board.
Nodding heads? Yep. Yeah, okay. Very good. Well, again, thank you to your, what? Thank you to your staff. And now we are done. Is there any public comment regarding anything that we talked about in this chamber this morning? Going once, going twice?
There's one on Zoom.
Oh,
Chair.
Megan Wood, no. Is one online?
Muriel, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Muriel Davis. I want to thank the board for having this session today and being able to see some of the heads of the department. But I have a question, a comment about the Health and Human Services Department, and wondered if it would be nice if they would set up some kind of a hotline, so when we out there, the residents, see a homeless person or a homeless camp, that we have a number that we can call to have someone check on helping these, so we don't get to looking like Sacramento with camps all over the place. That's one comment. My other comment is regarding the library. Where is the need and the justification to spend these funds to increase the days at Rockland and Auburn and add 2 positions? Both are already open until 6 p.m. and maybe an hour or 2 can be added to those days. The funds that they're proposing for this expansion would be more beneficial for hundreds of residents by opening a Penn and library And open it will also cut down on the miles that are traveled to get to Rockland and Auburn for those who can have a car and can afford the gas to get there. And those are my comments. I would hope that this is the first time I've heard about the expansions to a half day on a Sunday in those two libraries. I hadn't heard any justification or need for that. And I would hope they would reconsider and open the Penryn Library instead of spending the money expanding libraries that already are open 6 days a week. Or 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Muriel. Is there any more public comment? No. All righty. Well, thank you, everyone. And we'll see you next week, right? Yeah. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.